guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my home. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Better from above. Nothing's ever as it seems, yeah, except in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We can run as many operations every single day as we need to keep America safe.
Homeland Security is announcing an immigration operation in Chicago. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed the operation, but would not get into details.
I never talk about security operations. I don't want to ever do anything that would jeopardize our law enforcement as they're out there on the ground, making sure they're keeping people safe.
DHS says Operation Midway Blitz will target the criminal illegal aliens who flocked to Chicago and Illinois. The Post goes on to say the operation is in honor of an Illinois woman who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car wreck allegedly caused by a criminal illegal alien. The operation follows days of President Trump's warnings that he wants to clean up the city's crime problem. Gilmar Abrego Garcia could be deported to a small African nation.
Immigration authorities informed Abrego Garcia the Trump administration seeking to deport him to Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland in southern Africa. This after the administration threatened to deport him to Uganda, a move his attorney said would place him at risk of persecution. The Trump administration's moving to quickly re-deport Abrego Garcia as he faces human smuggling charges, months after the administration originally sent him to El Salvador. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expressing the need for more pressure from American and European allies against Russia.
During an appearance on ABC's This Week, Zelensky said it starts with Russian energy.
This is only one way how to stop the killer. You need to take off his weapon. Energy is his weapon.
This comes as the two nations have been at war for over 3 years, and the U.S. has been trying to negotiate an end to the ongoing conflict. President Trump said recently he'll speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin in the near future, adding that the two are having a very good dialogue. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A Los Angeles judge is publicly admonished for threatening to shoot attorneys in court.
Superior Court Judge Enrique Munguia is known for controversial statements in court. KTLA-5 reports a report by the Commission on Judicial Performance says in September of 2023, Munguia not only threatened gun violence against two attorneys who he thought were talking too loudly in court, but also gave the appearance of bias to a crime victim, prospective jurors, defendants, attorneys, and others. The Commission finds the judge's comments constituted an abuse of authority and intimidation, among other things. Munguia is not contesting the report. I'm Jim Roop.
President Trump is pushing back against claims that he's going to war with the city of Chicago.
President Trump says any idea that his administration is planning a war with Chicago is, quote, fake news. But in a Truth Social post that referenced Apocalypse Now, the president wrote Saturday, quote, Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War, unquote. Protests were held over the weekend against the president's repeated threats to deploy National Guard troops and ICE officers to Chicago to combat crime. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The Washington State Department of Commerce has awarded $41 million in clean energy grants this year.
The money for the grants comes from the Climate Commitment Act. The 49 grants went to organizations in 22 counties. The grants will support projects such as rooftop solar, battery storage, decarbonization efforts, electric vehicle charging, and feasibility studies. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com, helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. TEL's Independent Owner-Operator Program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. TEL has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100.
Another dark night on the interstate. Another 100 miles in the pouring rain. These are worth all the time I've spent away. Another dark night on the interstate. Trying to make it right, my baby's at home, hope she's doing alright. Miss my dogs and I miss my girls. I'm 1,000 miles away from my old
Looks like it is that time again. Already. What do you say? Let's get a new day underway. As we close out a Monday, time to get back in the saddle again, all right? For those just kicking off their new week, hope you had a good weekend. Hey, what do you say? We'll turn the page on the calendar from time zone to time zone. 9th day of September. Well, just realized we're a couple days once again away from that anniversary. September 11th. Coming up on Thursday. Wow. As the years go by. Well, welcome aboard the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Another clear, very quiet night. The flag hanging motionless outside the secret bunker. Looking at 55 degrees at this hour. As we cross over the midnight hour in the Eastern time zone here. All right, hope your week's off to a good start. And here we go with a look at our travelers' weather as we typically kick things off. Not a whole lot showing up on the map. Have a few showers there in western Oklahoma. A little bit of rain moving into the west side of Oklahoma City. A few spotty showers in the north-central USA. We did see some heavier rains there in northern Minnesota. Now that is pushing on up into southern Canada tonight. It's going to be a soggy week. Yeah, there in Florida. We see a lot of rain on the Atlantic side, a lot of precip on the Gulf side as well. It will break down the Sunshine State coming up into the Pacific Northwest where you've cooled off a bit. You got some showers in Northern California, western portions of Oregon, not much in Washington tonight. In the Northeast, very dry conditions settling in. After widespread rain over the weekend, the dry scenario resumes and will continue for a rather extended period of time. It's good weather for outdoor activities, construction projects, sporting events, golf, seasonal harvests. Cool conditions may make outdoor work much more comfortable for those having to work outdoors. Dry conditions will pose some challenges if you're trying to establish a new lawn. The risk of wildfires will be on the rise this week as some of the stressed trees tend to shed their leaves prematurely. The grass is already pretty much crispy, crunchy in many areas. Dry brush along roadways, oftentimes ignition points for brush fires. In other words, something as simple as that cigarette butt out the window can ignite wildfires. Dry air, sunshine, breezy conditions will be accelerating ground moisture evaporation. During the first part of the week, we actually see a little bit of frost in the mix in parts of the Appalachians and even the Ohio Valley at night. I do see some frost advisories in effect. North central Pennsylvania again tonight. More areas in New York, eastern New York, obviously into upstate New York. Going to be a chilly night tonight. Despite the dry air, fog will tend to form in some of the valleys during the overnight hours into maybe the morning drive, especially near bodies of water. From later today, Tuesday evening to Wednesday evening, we will be watching a developing storm offshore that's going to track close enough to the mid-Atlantic and southern New England coastal areas to maybe bring some rain to the beaches and maybe a touch of rain or drizzle to parts of the I-95 corridor from, say, Wilmington, Delaware to New York City on up into Providence, Rhode Island. The difference in atmospheric pressure between that offshore storm and the high that's over land will bring some gusty winds to the beaches along the Atlantic. Further south, where the cool, dry air stops short, tropical moisture will bring periods of heavy rain across parts of the Florida Peninsula for most of the week ahead. We could be talking some flooding in low-lying areas. The rain will tend to depart the coastal areas of the Carolinas and Georgia and the Florida mainland for midweek after a wet start to the week. In terms of the next general chance of rain for some of the inland areas along the eastern USA, we're going to have to wait for a change in the prevailing wind pattern. All right, meanwhile, a zone of showers and thunderstorms over the plain states, struggling to advance to the east. Rather, the cool, dry pattern is going to persist for most of the week ahead in the eastern USA. And the plains will actually begin to see a pretty significant warm-up coming your way. Meanwhile, dry weather is going to be hard to come by across much of Florida this week as that nearby storm fuels repeated rounds of heavy downpours and some strong thunderstorms. Flash flooding will be a key concern. Summer and early fall, typically the busiest times of year for Florida thunderstorms, as the heat, humidity, sea breezes spark those towering clouds in the afternoon, leading to daily downpours. Most of these storms are rather brief and scattered, with a nearby front, though, developing areas of low pressure and an influx of moisture. Conditions are set for torrential downpours that may linger and repeat, which could overwhelm storm drains and even challenge Florida's typically absorbent sandy soil. Most of the Florida peninsula will pick up 1 to 3 inches of rain through the week ahead here between now and Friday. Now, that is enough the drainage system should be able to handle, but some areas may see 3 to 6 inches or even higher totals. If rainfall rates exceed 2 inches per hour, drains may be overwhelmed. Persistent storms may disrupt plans for beach trips, golf outings, visits to some of the Central Florida theme parks this week. Most storms will form in the afternoon and early evening. Some downpours could occur during the overnight hours as well, or even during the morning commute. Further north along Florida's Atlantic coast, the pressure difference between the offshore storm and high pressure over the northeast will as well bring strong winds to some of the beaches. Rip currents will be stronger and more frequent than average. Minor flooding may occur during times of high tide there. Yeah, we mentioned some of those showers in western portions of Oklahoma, as well as some of these into the Texas Panhandle region. Some of those are packing a punch, enough to prompt severe thunderstorm warnings, 60-mile-an-hour straight-line winds, torrential downpours. There are a few areas there right along the Texas-Oklahoma Panhandle region with some flash flooding issues at this hour. But hello to Philly Dan. Good morning from the city of brotherly love. Saddle up, nocturnal listeners. Pappy on board. The midnight hour, the overnight drive, hammer down. 56 degrees, Harrison, Ohio. Once again, a spectacular day here in southwest Ohio. Man, they don't really get much better than these last several days. It is 844-844-3388, the number to the show. Don't be a scarecrow. Hit those digits. Where, oh, where has the two-time world champion manure hauler been? Where, oh, where could he be? Well, shout out to the two-time world champion bull hauler and all the great American truckers out there bringing us life's essentials. With that said, time to snuggle up to whomever, whatever, crack open a skull buster if you're not operating a motor vehicle, and crank up the volume. The overnight drive is reaching your brain cells. Let's go. All right, Boss Man checking in. Good morning all from the farm here in central Illinois. Safe travels to those out there. Jeffrey checks in from southern Florida this early Tuesday. Morning, Steve, and the overnight crew. Tank in the house. Happy Tuesday. We're 70 degrees here in St. John's, Arizona, as we're rolling out toward Fontana. Once again, driver's truck safe. Have a blessed day. There's Crazy Ray, West Michigan, checking in for the best 5 hours on the radio. 49 degrees at this hour. Hello to Shorty, back in the saddle again. We're I-95 southbound, Brunswick, Georgia. 74 degrees. It's Orlando turnaround number 1. All right, had the prostate biopsy this past day. Everything went well. Still haven't found out the results yet, but hopefully a good report coming your way, Shorty. Hello to Bob in Michigan checking in. There's Country Bumpkin, I do believe. Indeed. Hello to the overnight drive. Country Bumpkin in the house. Everybody drive safe. Let's see. Hondi 15, 49 degrees. Our mornings up here in the high mountains of Colorado have been dipping into the upper 30s and lower 40s. We all love this time of year up here with the aspens changing and actually getting some snow high up there. Hillbilly, good morning, Steve. Up here in Columbus, moving trailers in and out of the docks. As much as I like the change of pace, I'm hoping this is the last week I'll be doing this. Hopefully I'll be back on the road. Anyway, been doing well. I might try to call in later in the morning here. Hope all with your family as well. Yes, September 11 is coming fast. I still remember exactly where I was, what I was doing when that first report of the first plane striking the Twin Towers. Hard to believe. It's been 24 years. Wow, time flies. Have a great show. Everybody be safe out there from the Hillbilly. All right, love to hear from you there. It's been a while. Hello to the Beach Bum. Checking in. It's a cool 76 degrees in Ocala, Florida. Headed up to the meet point and back to Tampa. We will be tuned in. All right, got your ears on. Have a great show there. There he is, Lauren Weiss, two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Steve. 69 degrees in Knob Noster, Missouri. Back in the saddle after a promotional tour in Colorado. Made a 2-day appearance at the WRCA Ranch Rodeo in New Mexico. Well, while I was gone, the expert crew at 4 States Truck in Joplin, Missouri, made my powerful chrome-plated cow truck into a bona fide chrome-plated cow truck. Yes, Steve, it looks even better than my former chrome-plated cow truck. Most important, they added to my already numerous lights, which are important to have on a cow truck. I'm loaded like a freight train headed west to Nebraska at a high rate of speed. An epic night for trailer trucking. Special shout out to Senor Heatwave from the Show Me State tonight. Maybe the two-time world champion bull hauler can give us a full report on his adventures out there at the WRCA Ranch Rodeo.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
844-844-3388. And that is exactly the number that Joe dialed up this morning there in Michigan. Hello, Joe.
Oh, hey, Steve. How you doing tonight or this morning?
Doing well. Good morning. Are you feeling like fall up there in Michigan? You've cooled off, haven't you?
Oh, yeah. Leaves are already starting to fall. We're really enjoying it. But I had a question for you, though.
Okay.
Do you like to watch football?
I do. I love to watch football.
Oh, yeah. We've been watching it lately. Sadly, the Lions didn't do too well the other night, but it's been fun. But, yeah, I just wanted to check in, and thanks for having me on the phone, and God bless you and your listeners. Thank you.
Well, tell Dad we said hello, and one of these days we'll get a chance for him to dial us up and check in. Paul there in Michigan. All right, thanks for checking in, Joe. He's a friendly guy. Big Ed posted, what's going on, Ed? He said, well, it's obvious everybody's pounding on that lady in Philadelphia who thought she was entitled to a baseball. Yeah, I haven't joined in the She's a Karen crowd, but I've got more important things on my mind, such as why is it I don't own a dog, but yet I'm having to pick up dog poop in my yard. I remember one time I was mowing the front yard, and here comes a little dog running loose. Darn if that turd generator didn't come right in my yard. Did his business in my freshly mowed grass. I'm staring at the beast, hollering at him. He finishes his business, squared up at me, let loose with "I'll rip your guts out" growl, then turned around and trotted off like he owned the world. That's all right. I got the last word in. I told him no treats for you. Yes, there are Karen dogs out there as well. All right, well, there's no more speculation as to when or if the federal government's going to be moving into Chicago, as they have done in Los Angeles and our nation's capital. The anticipated federal crackdown in Chicago started this past day. The Department of Homeland Security announcing the commencement of Operation Midway Blitz. Homeland Security issued a press release saying Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the operation in honor of Katie Abraham, who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car accident caused by a criminal illegal alien. They said they will target criminal illegal aliens who have flocked to the Prairie State due to their sanctuary policies under the Democrat Governor Pritzker there. The official announcement from the Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security, Tricia McLaughlin, in a statement. Homeland Security launching Operation Midway Blitz in honor of Katie Abraham, killed in Illinois by a criminal illegal alien who should never have been in our country. This operation will target the worst of the worst criminal illegal aliens in Chicago. For years, Governor Pritzker and his fellow sanctuary politicians have released Tren de Aragua gang members, rapists, kidnappers, and drug traffickers on the streets of Chicago, putting American lives at risk, making Chicago a magnet for criminals. President Trump and Secretary Noem have a clear message. No city is a safe haven for criminal illegal aliens. If you come to our country illegally and break our laws, we will hunt you down, arrest you, deport you, and you will never return. The New York Times reported although local officials and immigration advocates said residents appeared to be bracing for arrest, only a few people were seen having been taken into custody as of Monday morning. News of the ICE operation, interestingly, comes on the same day that the U.S. Supreme Court again backing President Trump's hardline approach toward immigration, allowing federal agents to proceed with the raids in Southern California, targeting people for deportation. Trump on Sunday responded to some of the Democrat criticism by denying he's going to war with Chicago. We're not going to war. We're going to clean up the cities. We're going to clean them up so they don't kill 5 people every weekend. That's not war. It's common sense. But yes, so if Governor Pritzker, who has been threatening to do everything possible to not cooperate with Immigrations and Customs Enforcement as well as Homeland Security, if he thinks he wants to file a lawsuit, there you have it. The precedent has already been set by the Supreme Court, allowing those agents to proceed with Southern California. That's what defines everything we do in the Trump administration. Number one, there's only one human being on the earth who controls immigration to the United States. That individual is the incumbent president. That's Donald J. Trump, according to Mr. Gorka this past day in an appearance on Newsline. We'll give you more coming up here. Rolling into a Tuesday, Tell gets you into a factory-warranted truck with the maintenance support you need to stay on the road and out of the shop. Visit Tell360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security is announcing an immigration operation in Chicago. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed the operation, but would not get into details.
I never talk about security operations. I don't want to ever do anything that would jeopardize our law enforcement as they're out there on the ground, making sure they're keeping people safe.
DHS says Operation Midway Blitz will target the criminal illegal aliens who flocked to Chicago and Illinois. The Post goes on to say the operation is in honor of an Illinois woman who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car wreck allegedly caused by a criminal illegal alien. The operation follows days of President Trump's warnings that he wants to clean up the city's crime problem. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 114 points, the S&P added 13 points, and the Nasdaq rose 98 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tell is here to help you succeed. Visit Tell360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme.
Today's ultra-low sulfur fuels are cleaner, but they leave injector deposits, causing frequent DPF regens and low throttle response. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is a 6-in-1 fuel additive recommended for all diesel engines. It is formulated with the most concentrated detergent on the market, a top-tier level cetane booster, lubricity enhancer, water demulsifier, rust and corrosion inhibitors, and a fuel stabilizer. Diesel Extreme is a once every 6-month treatment that will clean your entire fuel system, starting at the fuel tank and traveling throughout the fuel lines and fuel pump, and finally completely cleaning your injectors. Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme improves your diesel's fuel economy and eliminates excessive black smoke.
Hot Shot Secret Diesel Extreme is available nationwide at truck stops, fine farm and auto stores, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar, go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical, we've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. All right, as we get set for a brand new day, good to have you on board. Phone lines open at 844-844-3388. Cripshot is in the house. Good morning, all. Hello to the Goblin. Jason, morning, Steve. Passing through Salina, Kansas. Cloudy skies, dry roads, 62 degrees. On my way to Sergeant Bluff, Iowa, a load of empty chemical totes. Everybody hammer down. Be safe out there. Hello, Billy Shoemaker. Morning, Steve. Hope all is well. Thank you very much. Evan Williams on board. Good morning, Steve and company. Buckeye Boy checks in from Ackworth, Georgia. 66 degrees. Ran some errands today. I did some scheduling for the next couple of weeks. We're getting ready to head to the grandson's ball game. Daughter-in-law calls, says his game was not yesterday, but today. Which I think is kind of late, 7:30 in the evening for a 5-year-old on a school night. Yeah, very exciting Monday night football. Minnesota coming back after a lousy first half to beat Chicago at their stadium. Had a good sports week for me as the Buckeyes crushed it. I won my fantasy game and picked 14 of 16 NFL games. In a pro pick'em game with a bunch of friends, I won the week. Yeah, looks like the Maryland dad is going to be experiencing the lovely landscape and hospitality of the African nation of Eswatini. That's where he's being deported to. Have a great night, everyone. Be careful out there. Yes, indeed. Yeah, real quick, speaking of deportations. The latest, it was Sebastian Gorka that was speaking this past day about who is in control when it comes to immigration. He said it's the President of the United States. Nobody else gets to decide. Not the mayor of L.A., not the governor of California. Nobody else. The President decides. And then secondly, again, common sense. Illegal aliens do not have the constitutional rights of American citizens. The idea that you have the same rights as Americans is insanity. You came here illegally. You are already a criminal, period. End of story. You will be treated as such. The Supreme Court granting the Justice Department request to put a hold on a judge's order barring temporarily agents from stopping or detaining people without reasonable suspicion that they're in the country illegally, relying on race or ethnicity, or if they speak Spanish, or English with an accent, among other factors. The administration quickly vowed that they will be continuing the roving patrol. And that was, again, for California, where the mayor, the governor, have been doing everything they can to thwart the immigration efforts there. So, J.B. Prisker, J.B., the message has been sent. You will be wasting your time and effort if you try to proceed down the same route as California there. Meanwhile, the name many in the trucking industry probably would recognize, Bill Davis, a prominent Arkansas businessman who built a successful trucking company, owned a NASCAR racing team that actually won the 2002 Daytona 500, and founded Chimney Rock Cattle Company, has passed away. Davis has been battling illness, passing away recently, according to the announcement on the Chimney Rock Cattle Company Facebook page. Born in Fayetteville, Arkansas, Davis moved to Little Rock as a child with his father, who was a truck salesman. Relocated for work after finishing school, he joined his father in the truck sales business at Peterbilt, where he became a successful salesman before deciding to start his own trucking operation. Davis founded Bill Davis Trucking in Batesville, building it into a company that currently operates 40 trucks with 120 employees. It was 1987 when Davis entered NASCAR racing, initially helping with pit crew duties for Mark Martin. What began as a small operation grew into Bill Davis Racing, which employed 350 people and fielded 6 teams at one point in time. The team's greatest achievement in 2002 when driver Ward Burton won the Daytona 500. Notable drivers who raced for the team included Jeff Gordon, who started his career with Davis in the Busch Series. After Davis retired from NASCAR in the late 2000s, he and his wife then established Chimney Rock Cattle Company in Concord, which became known for their quality livestock auctions held twice yearly. He recently sold Bill Davis Trucking to Joey Bray, a 21-year company employee, to ensure the business would continue operating under the same name and location, while preserving those jobs for some of those longtime employees. How about that? Bill Davis Racing, yes, Bill Davis Trucking, and yes, 6 teams at the pinnacle of his racing investments there. All right, we've got the Atlantic hurricane season. All's quiet. A rare lull continues here at the peak of the Atlantic hurricane season. AccuWeather hurricane experts remain on alert for tropical storm development, several areas being monitored in the coming weeks. With unusually warm waters across much of the basin, tropical activity, they say, could escalate quickly, but we've got the dry, dusty air from the Sahara that will keep the Atlantic unusually quiet during the climatological peak of hurricane season, which is coming our way tomorrow, Wednesday. The dry air and Saharan dust should start to clear out of the Atlantic. The main development region may be coming up this weekend. Atmospheric conditions more conductive for development are expected to return for the second half of September here. That persistent dry air, though, actually prevented a tropical rainstorm from strengthening into a tropical storm east of the Caribbean over the past weekend. A weak tropical wave of low pressure struggling to maintain a small cluster of thunderstorms just east of the Leeward Islands on Monday. Instead of easing, the dry air actually intensified. Now, this batch of showers and thunderstorms will drift westward from the Leeward Islands toward Puerto Rico by midweek. Now, that'll produce conditions typical of a Caribbean tropical wave. It's one of dozens of tropical waves that they typically experience from late spring through early fall. A few hundred miles to the southeast, a group of thunderstorms developed Sunday night into Monday morning. However, this system is so close to the equator, it's not likely to evolve into a tropical storm. Most likely it'll be a temporary nocturnal pulse of thunderstorm activity. They tend to see these pretty regularly near the equator. There's a low risk that a new tropical wave moving across the primary Atlantic development region could develop in the coming days. Through the typical hurricane season, anywhere from 40 to 60 tropical waves drift westward across the Atlantic. On average, 1 out of every 5 of those will evolve into a tropical storm or hurricane. We do expect several waves from Africa to push off the western coast over the next few weeks that would pose a risk for development. Meanwhile, thousands of miles to the northwest, just a few dozen miles off the southern Atlantic coast of the United States, a cold front could spin up tropical development maybe this weekend into early next week. Conditions could quickly become favorable for tropical development over the warm waters of the Gulf Stream, and the steering winds, as they are right now, could guide any system toward the southeastern portions of the U.S. Keeping an eye on the tropics. Send your heat wave. Good morning from the land of entrapment.
Yes, because once you get stationed here or once you move here, it's awful hard to get the hell away from here. There we go. Good morning. Hey, Lauren Weiss, thank you for the shout-out. Appreciate it. He sent me a video of an Estes driver that was, I don't know where it was, but he was getting it. And Lauren was just telling him, stand on it, son. Stand on it, heat wave. So, anyways, I thought that was pretty funny. Well, what's going on in the world today? Well, I seen where that Chicago mayor, I guess earlier, and y'all might have talked about it yesterday, he sat down as if he was the executive branch trying to override Trump's potential move to send troops in, and basically said, nope, you ain't doing it. And he sat down and he signed it just like Trump does with his executive orders. It's like, man, the gall of these people that think, city or state can overrule federal. And it's, why are they so damn set into protecting illegal aliens?
Right.
And the worst of them, the worst of the worst. Then, Prickster's saying the same thing. He's gonna, take this to court. Well, I think the court system already said, nope, it's legal. So I don't know what kind of leg he's going to have to stand on, but the Democrats are going the absolute wrong damn way. And you're talking about common sense. Well, even President Trump was talking about common sense. Common sense ain't so common. It's a rare commodity. Hell, even a damn dog knows when to come in out of the rain. These guys here would be like wild turkeys or domesticated turkeys. They'll feel something hitting them on the head, and they'll look up and drown in the damn rain. It's a shame. And speaking of that Yahoo over there in New York City that wants to be emperor, did you see where he wanted to debate Trump? Why would Trump want to debate him?
Right.
It's like, if you want to debate Trump, you need to get on the president, run for president. But even then, he's not going to be able to debate Trump because Trump's not going to be eligible for another damn run. So, and the only good thing is Trump is living rent-free in these people's heads, and it's driving them absolutely crazy. So, and then I saw, I guess they released video of this homeless man on a I guess a subway system in, what was it, North Carolina?
Yes.
Did I see that right?
Yeah, I believe so. How that was horrible. And for several days the mainstream media was absolutely ignoring the story.
Yeah, well, it's kind of like you tell a lie enough times, it'll be the truth. And if you ignore a story, it'll just be like a fart in the wind. It'll be gone. So, and that is the absolute epitome of letting this guy, arresting him, letting him go back out, arresting him, letting him go back out. Big Ed was talking about it earlier on a Facebook post. And he says, these guys need to be sent to, mental hospitals. And I agree. But the problem with that is ACLU came in and said, these people have their First Amendment right of free speech, and they can do what they want, and they can be as they want. If they want to be homeless, they can be homeless. If they want to act stupid, they can act stupid. But I challenge them, you don't act stupid at the cost of someone else's life. Laws are written for all people, both high and low, because if only a certain segment follows them laws, then they're really not laws at all. And I think I've seen that quote from King Arthur in Excalibur, the movie that was put out back in 83, 84, somewhere around there.
Right.
So, these people are just not learning. They want to give folks a second chance. And I've seen on one of them cop shows or judges shows where the lady has been brought back to the courts because she was robbing people, and she was already on probation and given a second chance because of her previous robbing conviction. And she's crying and pleading for a second chance, and the judge was not having any of it, saying, no, this was your second chance. You ought to be thankful that you're only getting 8 years. And she started crying some more, and that judge just flat out told her, stop crying, because you weren't doing that when you were robbing these people. So, anyways, other than that, I'm running solo, going to Salt Lake. Then I'm going to turn around and head back after a 10-hour break, obviously. And then I'll be on the road Thursday morning heading to Texas to visit with the family and celebrate the 40th anniversary of our graduation from class of 85.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just not real happy. It's not going to be during homecoming, but I guess I'll be meeting people I want to see, and for those I really don't care for, I'll just avoid like the plague. I don't know how big a class you had when you graduated in 82 or 83, but we only had 53 in our class. And out of that, we've already had about a handful pass away. Either they died by train, or they had an accident, illness, or just a sudden heart attack. And so, other than that, yeah, it'll be nice to see how the girls from back then, how they turned out in their older years. It's funny because, when you're 18, you're looking at 30 going, well, that's kind of old. Then you get up to 20 and you're looking at 40 as, well, that's kind of old. And you get to 30 and you look at 50 saying, oh, I'll never get there.
It's a long ways
off. That's
off.
old.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just kind of progresses. And I think 70 is probably the new 90. I don't know, or 90's the new 70. Well, anyways. But I'm sure by the time we get up to, our 60s and we start looking into further up, we'll say, well, 70's not bad. And I hope we all can live beyond 70, but the way things are going in the world today, man, that's going to be problematical. So, you think Trump's crazy? Maxine Waters seems to think so. Wants to try him on Article 25. Now, is there some way that we can go ahead and have other people article these other idiots like Maxine Waters or Hank Johnson or anybody else that acts stupid like that hood rat Jasmine Crockett or AOC? I mean, those people are just crazy. Is there anything that can get them out if they really wanted to? Just asking for a friend.
Well, when election time rolls around, but the constituents continue to elect them over and over again. Who really are the crazy ones?
Exactly. I had someone ask me that. It's like, well, you know that these people are absolute nuts. But it sure doesn't say a whole lot about the constituents that keeps on voting them in. You know, are they stupid? I would say very. So, anyways, with that, before I run out of real estate here with a signal, I'll let you go. You have yourself a good night, senor.
All right, thanks for getting it underway here on a Tuesday morning. Yes, he mentioned the case there in North Carolina, and I got to see the closed-circuit television video this past morning that they paused right at the point where this deranged individual was about to plunge the knife into her neck. Let me share a little opinion piece from the Daily Caller, I believe it is. In many ways, the New York Times represents the high watermark for what liberals find important enough to warrant thought. Their coverage, what they select to report in the news section, essentially is a reflection of the policy priorities of the liberals. I used to say years ago when people would accuse the Daily Caller of bias, that our bias, if there was one, was on selection. The old lady who blasted an armed robber off her porch with a legally owned firearm, I'd say she gets top billing. Whereas CNN and the New York Times wouldn't even bother, and maybe MSNBC would call her a racist. This case is the murder of Irina Zarutska. This would be the litmus test to rank media bias. News broke late August she'd been killed while riding the train in Charlotte. A deranged maniac had attacked her. Conservatives took it as another sign that crime is out of control in liberal cities. Then police released the closed-circuit television video showing Zarutska boarding the train in her work uniform, unassuming, tired, even a little nerdy. She looks at her phone as DeCarlos Brown shifts in the seat behind her, takes out a folding pocket knife, and then for no apparent reason stands up behind her, wheels back, and plunges the knife in her throat. I don't suggest watching the whole video. He actually stabbed her 3 times, but once literally in the throat. Brown then staggers around, dripping blood. The other passengers don't seem to notice. It's a sad case. She was a 23-year-old who had fled Ukraine, fled the war to settle in North Carolina. Her life must have been bursting with optimism and new opportunity. You would think this case might be national news, but not for the major liberal print publications. The AP has done more than 70,000 stories that include the name George Floyd. It's a 0, not 1, mentioning Zarutska. The New York Times history mentions Floyd almost 6,000 times. Trayvon Martin, more than 1,000. Kilmar Abrigo Garcia, the Maryland man, the media loves so much, more than 50. Daniel Penny, who strangled the mentally ill vagrant who was threatening others on public transit in New York, is mentioned in 100 articles. But Zarutska, a big goose egg. Not one mention to an audience of readers who either have Ukrainian flags in their social media bios or literally hanging outside their homes. Not a single one. Now, many are saying, why is that? Well, because the perpetrator was a black male. The victim was a white female. In other words, that deserves no media attention. I'll leave it at that. Don't buy or lease another truck without first calling TEL. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call TEL at 866-404-6289. Use promo code overnight100.
Transport Enterprise Leasing, founded by a U.S. Army veteran, proudly supports those who've served. Veterans receive a $750 discount on their lease deposit with 24/7 maintenance support, national parts discounts, and interest-free financing. TEL is committed to your success. Call 866-404-6289 and use promo code overnight100 or visit tel360.com.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
turbocharger spool time.
Turbochargers force compressed air into the combustion chamber where temperatures can reach 400 degrees. The oil surrounding the bearings will burn, leaving behind a sticky residue called stiction. Hot Shot Secret's Stiction Eliminator cleans the turbo bearings, building maximum boost sooner.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says America was founded on faith, and when it's strong, good things happen for the country. He spoke on religious liberty at the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. today.
And under the Trump administration, we're defending our rights and restoring our identity as a nation under God. We are one nation under God.
Trump announced the Department of Education will issue guidance aimed at protecting the right to prayer in schools. His appearance coincided with the public meeting held by the Department of Justice's Religious Liberty Commission to gather information and testimony on issues related to religious freedom in America. Officials from South Korea are in the U.S. to coordinate the return of hundreds of workers swept up in an immigration raid.
South Korea's foreign minister visits the U.S. today to help bring home more than 300 Korean workers who were caught up in an immigration raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia. South Korea is chartering flights for the workers who are mostly subcontractors for Hyundai and LG. South Korea's government is not happy that video of the raid was made public while they try to finalize a trade deal with the U.S. I'm Rory O'Neill.
There are two winners announced in the $1.8 billion Powerball jackpot. 2 tickets sold in Missouri and Texas matched all 6 numbers in Saturday's drawing.
Both states allow lottery winners to remain anonymous. No one has yet to come forward, but the Texas Lottery says one of the winning tickets was sold at a gas station convenience store in Fredericksburg. If that doesn't sound like you, don't throw your ticket away just yet. There were some tickets which matched 5 of the 6 numbers, and those are worth $2 million. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 114 points, the S&P added 13 points, and the NASDAQ rose 98 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
It looks like Florida's plan to drop school vaccine mandates will not go into effect for another 90 days and would include only hepatitis B, chickenpox, HIV, influenza, and pneumococcal diseases such as meningitis. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union on Sunday, Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo admitted in this exchange he went public with the plan without any data analysis or projections.
This is an issue very clearly of parents' rights. So do I need to analyze whether it's appropriate for parents to be able to decide what goes into their bodies? I don't need to do an analysis on that.
At the moment, all other vaccinations the state requires to attend school remain in place. Florida does have a religious exemption for vaccine requirements, and the legislature could move to expand Ladapo's plan. PNC Financial Services is announcing a push into Colorado.
PNC announced plans to buy First Bank, headquartered in Lakewood, for $4.1 billion. First Bank runs 95 branches in Colorado and Arizona. When the merger closes next year, First Bank will transition to PNC branding and banking platforms. I'm Connor Shreve.
Prosecutors want a tougher sentence for former Seattle Supersonic star Sean Kemp.
Sean Kemp claimed he shot at two men in self-defense after stealing his phone. Kemp was sentenced to 30 days home detention and 240 hours community service. Prosecutors say there's no evidence Kemp was threatened. They say that he's being given preferential treatment. A hearing is scheduled Tuesday in Tacoma. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from the New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
Cartel's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. Tel has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust, quality you depend on.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios. Call Steve now, 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
What do you say? Welcome back. Welcome aboard for those just joining us here on a Tuesday morning. Making our way into a new day, 9th day of September. Good to have you with us. Hope your week's off to a good start. Headlines we will cover in the hour ahead. Well, we've been calling the Great Freight Recession. The update. Is there light at the end of the tunnel? Texas reportedly ramping up their roadside English language proficiency enforcement. And we'll also update the story of a trucking company that made national headlines a few months ago when 5 were killed in a crash in Terrell, Texas. It was tied to a trucking company called Hope Trans. But even after that tragedy and dozens of new violations in the past several months, that company is still on the road. Why? Yeah, we'll try to answer that question. First, the Department of Commerce. U.S. Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security. They tell us may soon address a national security threat that had been previously deemed as a grave threat. In January, they issued a final rule that prohibits the importation and sale of connected vehicle technology from Russia and China. That rule was aimed to protect national security, as foreign adversaries could use that technology to gain access to a vehicle or gather personal information. It doesn't take a lot of imagination to think of how foreign government with access to connected vehicles could pose a serious risk to both our national security and the personal privacy of U.S. citizens, according to the former Commerce Secretary, actually under the Biden administration. However, the rule was limited to passenger vehicles. Was that because commercial motor vehicles that used connected technology weren't considered as much of a threat? Not hardly. The Bureau of Industry and Security said that the security risk associated with commercial vehicles are grave, and that the agency's decision to exclude them from this rulemaking in no way implies these risks are lesser than in the passenger vehicle market. Indeed, the agency said the compliance concerns associated with the complex commercial vehicle sector requires a separate rulemaking. According to the latest regulatory agenda, an interim final rule for vehicles weighing more than 10,000 pounds could be released as soon as this month. In this interim final rule, the Department of Commerce's Bureau of Industry and Security will implement a rule to address undue or unacceptable risks to national security, they tell us. The Owner-Operator Independent Drivers Association previously criticized the Department of Commerce for not immediately addressing the threat regarding commercial trucks. A grave national security threat from China and Russia should not be put on the back burner, says OOIDA President Todd Spencer. We're disappointed with the department's decision to remove heavy trucks from the scope of this rulemaking on connected vehicles. A separate rule for trucks could delay addressing unacceptable and obvious national security risk posed by foreign-controlled technologies active on some U.S. commercial trucks today. We question the choice to remove heavy trucks when the department itself emphasized as a, quote, grave national security risk. So ultimately, we will not know the details of the agency's interim final rule until it is indeed published in the Federal Register. But according to their regulatory agenda, again, it is expected to be posted sometime here in the month of September. Well, good morning, Pappy.
What's happening, Steve? Man, Steve, I'm a little upset, to say the least. Got up today and was eating a bowl of cereal, and like I always do, turn on the news to see if we're in a nuclear war yet or not.
Mm-hmm.
What do I see? What do I see? Steve, I'm telling you, I'm done. I'm done with these left Democrats, the communist media, all of them. This wokeness, I'm done. For the mainstream media to ignore this story of this young little sweetheart.
Yep. And I just
stabbed to death.
I just heard about it. I heard about it yesterday morning, and it was actually WorldNet Daily, another conservative publication, and they shared a portion of the video. I mean, why? Am I assuming correctly because it's a black male with, by the way, there are 14 previous mugshots of this individual for crimes he's committed over the years. 14. And he's out there walking the streets.
Steve, we talked about this till we're blue in the face. Doesn't fit their narrative. You got a black man or a white man, but in several cases, black man committing a crime. You got an officer trying to do his job. And when this person resists arrest, things go south. And cities burn down in this country. And this happens to this innocent little girl. Well, I shouldn't say little girl, young woman, and not a peep. These governors and mayors that are ignoring the crime problem in their cities, just ignoring it. And Trump's trying to offer them help. And the way they try to spin this around, Steve, they're destroying humanity, this wokeness, man. My God. Never in a million years, I'm 65 years old, Steve, I'd never, ever would have thought that this, not just our country, it's the whole planet. What the hell is going on? How do these people perpetrate this on us? Did you see the Phillies? Hats off to the Philly organization.
Yes, yeah.
Did you see that clip of the Philly mom?
The Karen mom. That's my ball. That's my ball.
Steve, this is exactly what I'm talking about here, too. Everybody sees when a home run or a foul ball goes into the stands. Everybody goes for it, man, you know? And this father was there with his family. His son's birthday was a couple days. And went to get that ball for his son, and he got it. And here comes Karen, stomping on over there. You would have thought once she saw the father hand that ball to his son and hug him like he thought, all right, never mind. It's not worth it. Nope. You got to get in his face. I'm not questioning his manhood, but he didn't react very well when she got in his face, man. But what's the family man do, Steve? The family man steps up, de-escalates the situation, does the right thing, and gives Karen her little ball so she can go home.
Just take it and go. Yes, leave us the hell alone. That's exactly.
You know? So hats off to the Philly organization for what they've done for this boy. The dude had hit that home run. They brought him down, signed a bat, gave him a couple balls. The Philly organization really stepped up, so hats off to them, man. The attack on Christians, Trump came out recently and was saying this attack on Christian and religion is going to stop, man. You know, talking about the public schools. I don't know if you've seen that clip. But Steve, they're still at it. They are determined, man, to take down this country, to take down this globe, to rule the world. You break down religion, you break down the family. That's how you get done. Break down society. Everything that used to be up is now down. Everything down used to be down is now up, sideways. It's just crazy. And it boggles my mind that these people got away with this. These George Soros, these people that pay money, fork out billions of dollars to do this to us. By putting these judges, these prosecutors in that just refuse to do anything to these demons that go out and kill people. But God forbid an innocent person trying to stand up and do the right thing, like that Marine that choked that dude out on the train that was threatening to kill people, who spent many, many years in and out of jail and in prison. They tried to hang his butt. That's what Steve, it's the opposite. We're living in opposite world. All right, my man. Sorry to kind of sound like this on, but Steve, you should have heard me, man, when I watched that. I was pissed off for an hour that this could happen.
Yep.
I was.
Yep.
I don't know. We got to do something. So I'm done. I'm done with them. I'm done. If anybody's woke out there, if you're woke, defriend me. I will not talk to you. I don't want nothing to do with you. I'm done. All right, brother. One more day off tomorrow. Back to work Wednesday, so I can deal with some more people. Hey, reference your little thing you were talking about last night. I don't know what they call it. It's the stop vehicle pursuit.
Something about a grappler. It shoots.
Yeah,
it looks like a toe strap or something, right?
Yeah, I know. Our department was actually looking at them, and I mean, Steve, the amount of stuff. Listen, the police business is a good business for people trying to invent new things, man. I'm telling you, the way the world has gone, right? Let's invent new non-lethal ways of handling things and stopping vehicle pursuits. And you see it. Can it work? Yeah, because I've seen that video. In reality, Steve, it's just probably not going to work 99 out of 100 times. I've been involved in too many pursuits. You'd have to every vehicle would have to be equipped with that, which is not going to happen. You'd have to be trained for it. The amount of training that would be involved in this, and you can only deploy it in a specific certain situation. It's just pursuits are ending, Steve, and trust me, man, I've been involved in some pursuits. And once you turn them pretty lights on, right, and that siren, there's like a immediate brain signal that goes directly to your right foot that tries to mash that gas pedal as far down through that floorboard as it'll go. I don't know what it is. Takes a while to control that.
Mm-hmm.
My personal thought is man, Steve, in order to chase somebody and pursue somebody with your license sirens on, it better be real damn serious. I'm talking about like life threatening type stuff, because I'm telling you what, if I get a knock at the door, and there's a police officer, a couple of them standing there with a preacher, and they want to tell me that my daughter was killed because they got in a vehicle pursuit with somebody, and either the bad guy hit my daughter or the cop's car hit my daughter and killed her, I'm going to be livid. And it's happened. It's not worth putting the public at risk for some of these pursuits that are these shoplifters from the mall. You get a pursuit. It's not worth it, Steve. It's just not. And listen, I get all the arguments. Well, the bad guys were just going to run. Yeah, well, you know, somebody stealing $200 worth of clothes at the mall, is that worth somebody's life, Steve, trying to catch them? Right. I think not. So, new things are being invented, Steve, in a couple weeks. Guess what? We're getting a new taser. You know how many tasers we've been through, Steve? 20 years ago, we got the first taser. You know, the X26. Hey, look at this. These are cool, man. Everybody was, you know, take the mace off, put the taser on. About 5 years later, now we're getting a new, updated, new and better, right? Taser. 5 years after that, a new, upgraded taser. It's almost like a scam, Steve, that these people know. It's like, you know, when you buy something and you got to keep upgrading it and upgrading it and upgrading it. Steve, this new one I'm hearing can shoot 30 darts. I mean, the first one, you got one pop, right? You had to take the cartridge off. There was a cartridge on the back of the handle. You'd have to replace it, and boom, you get another one. Well, they came out with one. You had two cartridges in the front. You pull the trigger once, darts would go out. You pull the trigger again, another set of darts would go out. Then they extended the range on them a little bit. Now this one supposedly shoots 30 times. I can tase 30 people. Come on, Steve. I mean, it's just the days, you know, because they're so afraid to put your hands on somebody. It's just kind of getting ridiculous in a way. Because I'm old school, been doing this a long time, man. Anyway, I'm ranting here. I'll let you go, bud.
All right, Pappy. Well, yeah, go ahead.
He says.
All right. Very interesting, though. It's just kind of like I was thinking, what do you have to constantly upgrade? Yeah, your smartphone, right? Oh, this is the all new. This one's better. This has got 2 cameras. This one's got 3 cameras. Every time they come, it's a new feature, but the price goes up. Is it really necessary? How about in the trucking industry, which, of course, yes, they're not legal in a commercial vehicle, but you had the radar detector, right? To which many truck drivers, even after they made them illegal in a commercial vehicle, would continue to use. And in often cases, when police came out with the radar detector, and they could shoot you and know that you've got a radar detector. Then what do we come up with? Beltronics comes out with the invisible to the radar detector, radar detector. That's the titanium coating. Back and forth you go, so you upgrade. Meanwhile, rolling toward news break here. A couple minutes away. Hey, Mike. It's not that day. It's just another day. And, of course, Eagle. Looks like he'll be checking in to get the new week underway. Tom Homan this past day actually supporting and clarifying President Trump. He posted it was a meme post about the deportation of illegal aliens in Chicago. Homan said, "We are at war with the criminal cartels and those who want to murder and rape American citizens." You're damn right. Tapper asks if Chicago should anticipate action this week. This was on a Sunday interview, and he said absolutely. Yeah, you cannot expect action in most sanctuary cities. I'm sorry, you can expect action in most sanctuary cities across the country. We're prioritizing sanctuary cities because these cities knowingly release these illegals. It's a public safety threat, releasing them to the streets every day. That's where the problem is. We've got to send additional resources to the problem areas. Now, regarding Chicago, Holman said Governor Pritzker protects criminal illegal aliens. Public safety threats every day in that state, along with the Mayor Johnson. Now, Tapper said, Pritzker says Illinois hasn't received any notification about any enforcement action from the White House. Will you be coordinating with them? To which Holman said, come on, Governor Pritzker has been notified from day one. He knows they're coming. Maybe he just didn't know exactly when, but yeah, that's the narrative, and the operation is officially underway. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with Tel's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com today.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security is announcing an immigration operation in Chicago. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed the operation, but would not get into details.
I never talk about security operations. I don't want to ever do anything that would jeopardize our law enforcement as they're out there on the ground, making sure they're keeping people safe.
DHS says Operation Midway Blitz will target the criminal illegal aliens who flock to Chicago and Illinois. The Post goes on to say the operation is in honor of an Illinois woman who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car wreck allegedly caused by a criminal illegal alien. The operation follows days of President Trump's warnings that he wants to clean up the city's crime problem. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 114 points, the S&P added 13 points, and the NASDAQ rose 98 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA1. That's 800-JBS-USA1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA1 today.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you can start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, Tel is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger supercharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, back at it here, rolling into a Tuesday. It looks like yesterday, the D.C. police actually released the mug shots of the two 17-year-old suspects in the murder of a Capitol Hill intern. Both have now been charged as adults with premeditated first-degree murder while armed. 17 years old. Nope. You're not going to get a slap on the wrist here. Last week, last Thursday, I believe it was, Representative Brandon Gill of Texas unveiled legislation to ensure that those who commit heinous crimes in the nation's capital can be charged as felons. Under President Trump's leadership, Washington, D.C. is being rapidly restored from decades of being a crime-ridden hellhole. My new legislation ensures people who commit heinous crimes of assault, robbery, sexual abuse can be charged as a felon in court. Now, this is a long-needed reform to D.C.'s governance, he says. In President Trump's America, our capital city will be safe and secure for Americans to enjoy. Gill proposed the D.C. Juvenile Sentencing Reform Act, a bill that seeks to drastically reduce D.C.'s crime problem. Last year, Washington, D.C.'s homicide rate was roughly 27.3 per 100,000 people, fourth highest in the nation. The crime problem, though, is especially concerning as juvenile crime continues to rise. Last year, roughly 200 juveniles who were arrested for violent crimes had prior arrests after the 2021 murder of an Uber Eats driver, Mohammed Anwar. Law enforcement said for at least one juvenile suspect, it was not her first crime in recent months. Current law keeps juvenile offenders under 16 in what they call family court, which limits the consequences for repeat offenders. Gill's legislation would crack down on the problem, lowering the transfer age for juveniles from the age of 16 to 14 years old, allowing prosecution in adult felony court for the most serious crimes, applying these changes to charges such as murder, first-degree sexual abuse, armed burglary, armed robbery, assault with intent to commit these offenses. It would expand the ability of the U.S. Attorney's Office for the District of Columbia to prosecute violent juvenile offenders. The president's trying to bring down crime in the nation's capital. Of course, the D.C. mayor, Muriel Bowser, in late August said that Trump's surge of law enforcement in the city has indeed reduced crime and made neighborhoods feel safer. So, Gill's legislation would seek to build on the president's success to ensure crime continues to go down. Yeah, a one-pager for the legislation states in summary, quote, violent criminals should not be treated as children. This legislation ensures serious crimes face serious consequences, protecting families, restoring safety to our nation's capital. And we're all seeing it around the country. The younger and younger individuals committing some of the most heinous crimes. In some cases, yes, 13, 14 years old. All right, back to the phones. And Horse Feathers joins us. Good morning.
Yeah, thanks for taking me on here, Your Honor. So, did they ever come up with this lady's name there that decided to... I guess she decided that the ball landed in the box area the seating area where they purchased the seat originally, so that was her claim to being able to take the ball away from the other people that actually retrieved it.
Right.
Have they released her name yet or anything? Because I didn't know if she's been,
I have
found out in her community or anything.
I've not seen a name. I have not, at this point, I've not seen, no.
Yeah. So anyways, it'd just kind of be interesting to see how she's taken in her community, but it does appear as if this year's Halloween costume has been picked out for everybody.
Ball not included.
Looks like they're so anyways, but I believe is it the Mariners, the Seattle Mariners, that was they got right on it too, and they when they caught wind of what was going on, and they gave a big, complimentary package to the family and the boy there and all that. So yeah, it was a pretty awesome thing. And who knows what else? I mean, I'm sure the notoriety on TV and being interviewed and all that is just way more than stealing the home run ball. And I'm sure the people in the stadium could actually find out who she is. And people get banned for life from, being able to attend these games. So maybe she'll be on the list to get banned for life because, she's pretty recognizable at this point. So I don't think she'll be one to really be able to hide her identity very well. But anyways, so
well, if you notice, even obviously everybody, because it was on on live television, everybody at home that was watching the game got to witness that unfold, and even the commentators were kind of saying, "This lady, what the hell? She needs to calm down." Yeah.
So anyways, your other story you were talking about there, it was down in North Carolina, right? That the Ukrainian young lady was stabbed. So where are all the people that have been supporting the war in Ukraine against Russia with, flying all their flags? How come all those people haven't been? I mean, it's kind of been out for a couple of days now. Where are all those people that should be up in arms, that a Ukrainian national person had this happen? And I believe the governor is a Democrat governor down there. And he's saying now that he needs more money for police. He doesn't have enough money for police in his state. Well, wasn't it all the Democrats that were chanting a couple of years ago to defund the police? We don't want the police. We have too many police.
Yeah.
Get rid of the police. Well, how's that working out for him, Your Honor? Doesn't look like it's doing too well. And there's another deal there with an illegal going on that's, I guess, is he in court right now, or what's the deal? He murdered a young girl there, and I mean, they found her.
They threw her off the bridge.
Plastic ad. Okay. And but anyways, he's illegal. He was arrested before, but they didn't turn him over to ICE or anybody. Apparently they're a sanctuary area, so they didn't notify ICE that they had an illegal person in custody. They just let him go so that he can go out and commit murder. As Pappy says, where does it end, and what's going on with these people, and allow evil to continue walking our streets? So anyway, but I don't know. That's about all we got for you here. Just another. Boy, I'd almost say it's getting chilly, Your Honor. It's getting down to the point it's below 60 degrees again tonight. We're supposed to have some temperatures there back down right about, below 50 degrees, and then of course whatever we got blowing off the ocean here with the winds and that out there. So yeah, we'll see what all develops with that. But as I say, I think it's supposed to still be dry here for the next week and a half, almost 2 weeks. So just everybody be careful what they got going on. But you were saying it doesn't take much more than a cigarette there to light, get something started in that, whether it's dry leaves or whatever. But there's a lot on the vehicles we drive up and down the road. You think about the catalytic converter underneath and all this particulate filter that the diesel emissions have, and the high heat and from the exhaust and everything. So there's a lot. It doesn't even take that. And of course, then again, you're in any area where you get any lightning strikes or anything like that, or wind blowing and knocking down some power wires, and there you go.
Yeah.
But anyways, other than that, I guess that's kind of what we got going for you there. Just kind of another slow, quiet night, but good night for trailer trucking out here, because we don't have to sit here and watch the windshield wipers going back and forth all night. So
makes for a fun journey, right?
Yep.
All right. Well, you have safe travels. Good to hear from you there. Horse Feathers, have a good morning. All right. Why are these trucks still rolling up and down the highways is the question many are asking. Taking you back where 5 were killed. This was the crash in June. Tied to the trucking company known as Hope Trans. Even after that deadly incident, dozens of new violations in the past couple of months, the company is still on the road in at least 23 other states. Hope Trans trucks have still been spotted despite the company's connection to that deadly wreck, according to GenLogs, a company that uses roadway cameras nationwide to track carriers. Do you know you're being tracked out there? I've never heard of GenLogs. Since the June 28 crash, the FMCSA records compiled by the trucking analytics firm Blue Wire show Hope Trans has racked up 35 safety violations in Texas and 8 other states. That's in addition to the 7 violations given to the driver in the Terrell crash. The FMCSA's website lags by about a month. But companies like Blue Wire received direct feeds of inspection data on a regular basis. Violations included a July 16 inspection in Florida, where federal records show inspectors found the company had failed to correct defects noted on a previous report, operated a commercial motor vehicle without proof of a periodic inspection, and the driver had no record of duty status, meaning no electronic logbook hours. On July 1st, just days after the Terrell crash, a Hope Trans driver was pulled over in Colorado and cited for making a false report of driving hours and failing to review electronic log records, according to the FMCSA. They can put the entire company out of business within 8 hours, according to Dale Prax, a trucking safety expert and the owner of Freight Validate. By the FMCSA not shutting them down, it's almost a dereliction of duty. Experts say Hope Trans is part of a pattern in the trucking industry where problem carriers stay on the road, sometimes re-emerging under new names, while regulators struggle to keep up. Now, apparently, it's a rarely used power. Federal law allows the Secretary of Transportation to immediately shut down a trucking company if its continued operation, quote, substantially increases the likelihood of serious injury or death. It's called an imminent hazard order. And once it is issued, it requires a carrier to cease all commercial vehicle operations. You don't have to have a complete investigation, according to trucking lawyer Joe Carmagello of Florida. Yeah, you can issue the order, and then within 10 days, the carrier can appeal, or the driver can appeal. In response to questions from WFAA, the Department of Transportation spokesperson said the FMCSA had completed a compliance inspection of Hope Trans and issued the company a proposed unsatisfactory safety rating on August 18. Now, they said from that date, Hope Trans has 60 days to submit a compliance plan that the FMCSA accepts. If the plan is rejected or they don't submit one at all, the unsatisfactory rating would go into effect sometime in mid-October, and at that point, the company would be shut down. The statement said the FMCSA is committed to holding unsafe carriers accountable to protect American families on our roadways. That statement did not directly address why an imminent hazard order had not or has not been issued at this point, but 844-844-3388. The Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Let's get back to the phones here. Eagle checks in early on a Tuesday. What's happening, Eagle?
Yeah. Okay, yeah, how you doing? I got a couple things to say, Steve. You might not like it because it seems to be on your show that you can't say anything about Donald Trump in bad terms, and you seem to get upset. Some of your other listeners seem to get upset. But I'm going to say something tonight because it needs to be said, and everybody else is talking about it. But it needs to be talked about because this is a lot of money that the United States is losing. It's unnecessary and it's embarrassing to the United States of America, whether it was Trump that was behind it or people that associated with him. What happened in Georgia last week with the South Koreans is a total joke. It's a total embarrassment for those people to be arrested and placed in chains. And these people were here in the United States legally. They were here trying to show United States, our workers, how to operate the machinery in that factory in Hyundai. That was $1 billion contract that is no longer in existence, maybe. They're talking about taking this factory, shutting the whole damn thing down and moving to another country. And this all could have been avoided. This South Korean president is not happy, and he shouldn't be happy because these people didn't deserve to be treated like that. I'm going to repeat myself. I don't know. What'd you say?
Eagle, South Korea is apologizing. They're apologizing to Trump for what is taking place here. They flew to the United States yesterday to gather up and charter a flight to take their citizens back home. They were not here legally. They had come over on a visa that had expired.
Okay. Have a nice night. You're on the Trump team. Have a nice night.
I mean, I'm Eagle. I don't understand what's happened to Eagle. If you cannot accept the facts, it's not about defending Trump, like Trump can do no wrong. It's the fact that illegals are illegal. If you come in on a visa and your visa expires and you're here another 60 or 90 days, you're not supposed to be here. It's 844-844-3388. I mean, some of the reports from this past day, some of the attorneys for these Hyundai workers, the attorneys are trying to say there were a handful of them that had special skills for a short-term job. I'll give you some of the details from some of the other stories, but I mean, Eagle, I don't know if he's listening to the likes of the liberal left media during the day, because they're lambasting this as a horrible thing, what took place. The detention of 475 workers, 300 of which were from South Korea. They're saying it's shock, confusion. It's an opportunity to make sure that companies are reassured when you come to the United States, you'll know what the rules of the game are. Eagle, it is illegal for a company to hire an illegal in this country. It's against the law for any corporation, for Toyota, for Hyundai, for General Electric. You're not allowed to hire an illegal. It's quite obvious they were not playing by the rules here at the Hyundai plant. They're not going to shut it down. They're not going to go to another country. And I can guarantee you, these were decent paying jobs, 20 to 23 bucks an hour. You don't think there's people down there in Georgia that would jump in line to fill those positions? Now, according to the report, the detained Koreans will be deported. Most had been detained, Eagle, for ignoring removal orders. Some of them had engaged in other criminal activity. They will face the consequences of those crimes. Let's get the facts. That's what we try to focus on here. For 2 decades, Transport Enterprise Leasing has helped owner-operators grow their business with trusted leasing and financing options. You can learn more at tell360.com.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support, plus access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit tell360.com. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero.
We can run as many operations every single day as we need to keep America safe.
Homeland Security is announcing an immigration operation in Chicago. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed the operation, but would not get into details.
I never talk about security operations. I don't want to ever do anything that would jeopardize our law enforcement as they're out there on the ground, making sure they're keeping people safe.
DHS says Operation Midway Blitz will target the criminal illegal aliens who flock to Chicago and Illinois. The Post goes on to say the operation is in honor of an Illinois woman who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car wreck allegedly caused by a criminal illegal alien. The operation follows days of President Trump's warnings that he wants to clean up the city's crime problem. Gilmar Abrego Garcia could be deported to a small African nation.
Immigration authorities informed Abrego Garcia the Trump administration seeking to deport him to Eswatini, formerly known as Swaziland in southern Africa. This after the administration threatened to deport him to Uganda, a move his attorney said would place him at risk of persecution. The Trump administration's moving to quickly re-deport Abrego Garcia as he faces human smuggling charges, months after the administration originally sent him to El Salvador. Salvador. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelensky is expressing the need for more pressure from American and European allies against Russia.
During an appearance on ABC's This Week, Zelensky said it starts with Russian energy.
This is only one way how to stop the killer. You need to take off his weapon. Energy is his weapon.
This comes as the two nations have been at war for over 3 years, and the U.S. has been trying to negotiate an end to the ongoing conflict. President Trump said recently he'll speak with Russian President Vladimir Putin in the near future, adding that the two are having a very good dialogue. I'm Mark Mayfield.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
A Los Angeles judge is publicly admonished for threatening to shoot attorneys in court.
Superior Court Judge Enrique Munguia is known for controversial statements in court. KTLA-5 reports a report by the Commission on Judicial Performance says in September of 2023, Munguia not only threatened gun violence against two attorneys who he thought were talking too loudly in court, but also gave the appearance of bias to a crime victim, prospective jurors, defendants, attorneys, and others. The Commission finds the judge's comments constituted an abuse of authority and intimidation, among other things. Munguia is not contesting the report. I'm Jim Roop.
President Trump is pushing back against claims that he's going to war with the city of Chicago.
President Trump says any idea that his administration is planning a war with Chicago is, quote, fake news. But in a Truth Social post that referenced Apocalypse Now, the president wrote Saturday, quote, Chicago about to find out why it's called the Department of War, unquote. Protests were held over the weekend against the president's repeated threats to deploy National Guard troops and ICE officers to Chicago to combat crime. I'm Rory O'Neill.
The Washington State Department of Commerce has awarded $41 million in clean energy grants this year.
The money for the grants comes from the Climate Commitment Act. The 49 grants went to organizations in 22 counties. The grants will support projects such as rooftop solar, battery storage, decarbonization efforts, electric vehicle charging, and feasibility studies. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
In a study, it was found that 33% of 44 herbal supplements had no trace of the advertised herb. Don't let that happen to you. Hi, this is Dr. Mitch. If you want to ensure quality, go to TotalWellness.com. Supplements made for physicians, only now available to you too. TotalWellness.com. Helping you to look good, feel good, and enjoy total wellness.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability for over 20 years. We've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
product claims without proof.
Real proof is found from third-party testing by a recognized, credible source. The Ohio State University Center of Automotive Research found a 3.6% increase in highway driving fuel economy from Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, an oil additive. That's proof.
Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
You're listening to the Overnight Drive with Steve Summers.
All right, welcome back. We'll take your comments. Coming up here, I'm going to get back to Eagle's sentiment that this should have never transpired. It was a travesty. There was no need to go in and arrest all these workers. A top official at the Homeland Security Investigations Atlanta Bureau said this raid, this should send a clear and unequivocal message to any employer in the U.S. trying to exploit our workforce, undermine our economy, and violate federal laws. This particular plant, they say, was technically still under construction. The goal is to produce Hyundai LG batteries. Now, Shank said some workers had either overstayed their visas or were improperly employed in violation of their visa. When you come in on a visa, there's differing types, things you can and cannot do. Some of these visas allow you to come in, but you're not allowed to actually do any work at the location. If you have the brains and the knowledge and the know-how in one particular, you have to train either an American worker or someone who's legally allowed to do the work. Now, one of the attorneys said, there's a lot of confusion about these different H-1B visas and other types of visas, that he felt like they're in a gray zone. Meanwhile, President Trump reassuring reporters this past day that U.S.-South Korean relations are strong. We will continue to welcome foreign investment, contingent on the nation's following U.S. immigration laws. Your investments are welcome. We encourage you to legally bring your very smart people with great technical talent to build world-class products. We will make it quickly and legally possible for you to do so. What we ask in return is you hire and train American workers. Together, we will all work hard to make our nation not only productive, but closer in unity than ever before. I guess Kirsty Noem said this, yes, sends a clear message. Suspicion of being in the U.S. illegally. Somewhere down the line, it mentioned the fact that, South Korea's foreign minister actually flew to the U.S. yesterday, Monday, to take back those workers that were detained, rather than us sending them to likes of one of these detention centers around the country, like an Alligator, Alcatraz, or wherever it might be. Rather than sending them to a place like that, we're allowing them all to charter a flight, and they're going to take them back to South Korea. Supposedly, he met with the Secretary of State Marco Rubio this past day when he arrived in the U.S. So there's obviously ongoing discussions there, but employers are supposed to know the rules, and they know it's not legal to hire and have someone working in their facility that's not legal to work in the USA. It's pretty straightforward if you ask me. I don't know. What do you say, Dan?
Well, I was trying to stay calm until Eagle called in. I guess Eagle forgot about the 36,000 Americans that gave their lives for there to be a South Korea. And the fact that the U.S. taxpayers, that Eagle apparently doesn't have any respect for, have been funding their defense for, since 1952? He knows damn well and right those people were over here, and they can play whatever, they get whatever type of legal jargon, that's a lawyer saying they're in a gray area. There's Americans that can do those jobs. The woman that turned them in. The whistleblower was on Laura Ingraham last night. She very said exactly, it's modern day slavery. And, you know, I guess Eagle would be okay with an undocumented person taking his job. They can drive trucks, as we know. Can't read signs, a lot of people, but they can, or converse. But I mean, this deal here with Hyundai, it needs the full disclosure as to who was actually employing. Do you know from your research, Steve, who their paycheck was coming from, or if they were even getting a paycheck?
My understanding was supposedly when they brought these people over to help build this facility, their paycheck was supposedly coming from Hyundai in the home country.
And they were here, so it was coming from Hyundai. And so were they paying taxes and payroll taxes? Because everybody wants Social Security, myself included, secure. So if they're being paid from Hyundai, they're not working in South Korea. They're working in the United States of America. So are they not paying payroll taxes? There's a paper trail that can show that the Homeland Security was, that I'm sure they fully investigated.
My understanding was this was a nearly 2-month investigation that led to the raid.
Right. Right. They just didn't go off and do this because they expected this type of backlash.
Yeah.
And as competent as Homeland Security's been, I'm sure every I's been dotted and T crossed. But for some people, don't let the facts get in the way of his opinion or her opinion. Obviously, some people are suffering from Trump derangement syndrome. They hate the guy. We get it. But that doesn't entitle you to your own set of facts. That's what I'm saying, Steve. This stuff of, well, they're here and we need them and we do this. You're here illegally, you leave. That's not the first plant to shut down. I'm going very close to one over in Dexter, Missouri right now. That was the Tyson chicken plant that closed. Don't want to pay what Americans want to work, so shut the damn thing down. Process your chicken somewhere else and pay the tariff.
Mm-hmm.
The way I look at it. Enough's enough, but I just thought I'd call in. I've heard that. I noticed that he didn't want to. That's what upset me was he calls in, hurls an insult, then hangs up the phone. Well, I guess he's either knows that he can't defend his position, or he's too upset to even discuss it. But I get sick of it that, you know, Tom Homan was right. There's a reason people hire these people, and it is simply because they're cheap and they want to make money. And I'm talking about American employers. So, anyway, Steve, I thank you for taking my call. I had no intention of chiming in tonight, but when I heard that.
You're welcome to chime in anytime, Dan. Thanks for doing so. Let me give you another example. Depending on where you're getting your news and your information, you may be hearing this story about ICE arrested a couple of firefighters in Washington. It's horrible what these immigration and customs, you're actually arresting people that are helping. Let me give you the full story. Democrats and their allies falsely claiming that ICE agents arrested a pair of firefighters in the sanctuary state of Washington. In actuality, the two men are not firefighters. They are illegal aliens with past criminal records. Last week, all the establishment media was running wild with the story, claiming the two firefighters were arrested by ICE in Bear Gulch, Washington, amidst an ongoing fire. Jose Bertin Cruz Estrada of Mexico, one of the illegals arrested, had previously been charged with delivering and selling methamphetamine. Cruz Estrada has been encountered by Border Patrol agents a total of 15 times. Cruz Estrada was ordered deported by a federal immigration judge in April of 2015, 10 years ago. Deported by ICE agents in February of 2016. Now, after his last deportation, Cruz Estrada crossed the southern border again on an unknown date. In other words, he was a gotaway. The other illegal arrested by ICE was previously charged with illegally carrying a concealed weapon. Homeland Security officials tell us that the pair were not firefighters and had been working for a company that was involved in cutting firewood, not actively fighting the fires in Bear Gulch. The facts of this case don't stop the Democrats from turning these arrests into a false talking point that the establishment media breathlessly jumped on. The headline from NBC News reads, quote, Trump's immigration crackdown sweeps up 2 firefighters battling a wildfire in Washington state. There was a piece from Reuters News that reads, quote, 2 firefighters held at Washington ICE Detention Center amidst wildfire. Democrats were quick to launch onto these unfounded claims. Washington's governor, the Democrat governor, says Donald Trump ran his campaign on sending out the worst of the worst. I'm not sure who's more the best of the best than our firefighters actively fighting the largest fire in Washington. Democrat Representative Emily Randall did an interview with Reuters where she suggested ICE agents were trying to hide information from her regarding the arrests. Another representative, Andrea Salinas, posted on X she had detailed knowledge of one of the illegal aliens arrested, continuously referring to him as a firefighter, saying nothing about his criminal record. Patty Murray, the Democrat senator. Democrats on the Senate Energy Committee also reported the false claim on their X account, stating this administration's immigration policy is fundamentally sick. Trump has wrongfully detained lawful green card holders and even citizens. No one should assume this was necessary. These firefighters put their lives on the line for all, and Trump is detaining them. You see, be careful where you get your news. If you hear all that, you hear those statements, and you don't get the truth, you're believing that this administration and Trump has locked up firefighters fighting active one. It's not true. Another on the Senate Energy Committee said arresting firefighters trying to save lives makes America less safe. But the fact is, the 2 illegals apprehended were not firefighters, nor were they responding to any active emergency. In fact, they were criminal illegal aliens, both with prior arrests, one for drug trafficking, one for illegally carrying a firearm. But once again, the mainstream media runs with the false narrative. When will the media stop peddling fake news, as Trump likes to call it?
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call Tell now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator. Available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret. Powered by science.
Truckers, meet the Speedmax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask Speedmax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
All right, back at it here. Yeah, Pappy shares an interesting statistic out of New York. Talking about the crimes taking place on the subway there. How could anyone feel safe riding the subway in New York? I don't know. But he's explained to us many times in the past that a very small percentage of society commits the crimes, but they commit crime after crime after crime, and how they end up back on the streets over and over again is beyond me. How about this statistic? 63 individuals, criminal demons as he calls them, were responsible for over 5,000. Yes, 5,000 crimes on the subways in New York City. They know who they are. Take a guess at how many of them are locked up. How many do you think? The answer is 5. Why aren't they all locked the hell up, he says. So 63 individuals, 5,000 crimes, and we keep letting them out and letting them out. That's the problem in this society today. President Trump posting, I have seen the horrific video of the beautiful young Ukrainian refugee who came to America to escape the vicious war in Ukraine. Innocently riding the metro in Charlotte, North Carolina, where she was brutally ambushed by a mentally deranged lunatic. Of course, the perpetrator, a well-known career criminal who had been previously arrested and released on cashless bail a total of 14 times. What the hell was he doing riding the train, walking the streets? Criminals like this need to be locked up. The blood of this innocent woman can literally be seen dripping from the killer's knife. Now her blood is on the hands of the Democrats who refuse to put bad people in jail, including the former disgraced governor and wannabe Senator Roy Cooper. North Carolina and every state needs law and order, and only Republicans are going to deliver it. Also, where is the outrage from the mainstream media on this horrible tragedy? Crickets. He said, vote for Michael Whatley for U.S. Senate. He won't let this happen again. So there you go. It's 844-844-3388. Hey, we'll get started here with Brain Dead. What's happening here on a Tuesday? How was your weekend, first of all, I guess? Did you have one?
Well, no, not really. I was planning on having one tonight, and they called me and they said, "Hey, you want to run down here to Mississippi?" Yeah, sure, I'll take it. I'll help you. But I heard about your weekend there, buddy, drinking Skull Busters at a wine festival.
That is correct.
Anyway, you and Crump last night were talking about the lottery, the big lottery jackpot, and why the cash amount is so much lower than the actual jackpot amount.
Right.
Taxes. When you win that lottery, Powerball or Mega Millions keeps a certain part for themselves, some sort of like administrative fee or something like that. But anytime you have any kind of gambling win where you went over a certain amount, and I can't remember the threshold, you have to pay taxes on that immediately. So there's where you go down to that, what was it, like 600 million, I think, or 700 million with the cash option.
Right.
Is that right?
Right, something like that.
Something like that.
Yep.
Now, the other thing they don't tell you is you're now going to be in the highest tax bracket at 37%. So now you also got to pay income taxes on top of that, and you've also got to pay your state income taxes, which is the maximum for Arkansas is 22%. So when you add the numbers up, that $1.8 billion, the lottery jackpot, the dingbat one and myself, we would walk out of there with $450 million. That's free and clear.
Mm-hmm.
Now, they've also say, if you're pretty savvy with money or know how to handle it properly, definitely do the cash option, the lump sum. If you don't, take the annuity. But the thing, though, is it's over 30 years, and you only get one payment a year. That's it. You got to pay your taxes out of that, which I think it was like $15 million for the first payment, but after you pay your taxes, it's only about $9 million.
But that's every year. Okay. Well, hold that thought there. We got to pause. News break coming up. Operate under your own authority. Choose your carrier. TEL gives you the freedom to run your business your way. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security is announcing an immigration operation in Chicago. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed the operation, but would not get into details.
I never talk about security operations. I don't want to ever do anything that would jeopardize our law enforcement as they're out there on the ground, making sure they're keeping people safe.
DHS says Operation Midway Blitz will target the criminal illegal aliens who flock to Chicago and Illinois. The Post goes on to say the operation is in honor of an Illinois woman who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car wreck allegedly caused by a criminal illegal alien. The operation follows days of President Trump's warnings that he wants to clean up the city's crime problem. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 114 points, the S&P added 13 points, and the Nasdaq rose 98 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
With all the recent violent protests, looting, and destruction, some areas are considering either defunding or abolishing the police. At a time when America's neighborhoods need the protection of police the most, some elected officials would rather create more chaos by playing politics. If you're sick of elected officials caving in to demands of the radical left, you're not alone. It's time we stand up and declare our support for local police. The majority of police officers are important partners in protecting our God-given rights. If you prefer freedom over chaos, then learn how you can help protect the local police that serve your community. Call today and request your free Support Your Local Police info packet. Dial 800-JBS-USA-1. That's 800-JBS-USA-1. Request your free Support Your Local Police info packet by calling 800-JBS-USA-1 today.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
Fuel additives.
the purpose behind most fuel additives is to impact performance of your diesel or provide protection to your fuel system. Hotshot Secret Everyday Diesel Treatment provides both performance enhancement and protection with 6 key components. This fully formulated premium fuel treatment includes the performance-enhancing cetane boost, injector cleaner, and LX4 lubrication, as well as protection against water with a demulsifier and rust inhibitor, plus a stabilizer that minimizes fuel filter clogs. Everyday Diesel Treatment delivers a 6-in-1 premium fuel treatment for every fill-up, every time.
Everyday Diesel Treatment is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at HotShotSecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Right Way, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Right Way helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Right Way. Drive more, scale less. Your factory fuel filter is letting you down. AirDog heavy-duty diesel fuel systems don't just filter your fuel. The AirDog fully optimizes your truck's fuel system for peak efficiency. The factory-provided filter simply removes particulates and water from fuel. The AirDog system removes all contaminants, including entrained air, water, and particulates, and feeds the engine pump with optimal pressure. Check out airdogdiesel.com to learn how you can capture every bit of performance and efficiency from your fuel system.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Well, in this part of the country, the Ohio Valley region, we had an early taste of fall, that is for sure, in recent days. Big time cool off. Everybody closed up the pools. I don't know, is it, we got our second summer, or I don't know, is it Indian summer? How does that break down? This is, we talked last week, summer's technically not over yet. There's a ridge of high pressure that's going to be building across the middle of the country. It will build far enough east to bring widespread middle 80s at least to much of the state of Ohio and obviously areas south and west. Yeah, we're looking at 90-plus degree temperatures to the southwest of us here. So we're going to be actually above normal by the time we get to the weekend. It may actually stay in the 80s for a while once we get there. I'm thinking you're probably going to be looking at highs back into the 90s there in the Memphis area, the way it sounds.
Mm-hmm.
So your summer's definitely not over, Brain Dead.
No, it feels actually halfway good, Steve. But, you know, one thing real quick about the lottery we're talking about. If you go on Google, there is a bunch of these lottery tax calculators that'll tell you exactly what you will take home if you did win a Powerball or a Mega Millions lottery jackpot. So, so anyway, yeah, I heard Pappy there talking about Karen there at the ball game. Now, Steve, did you recognize that lady? Did you honestly recognize that lady?
No. Should I have?
You are the most political guru, and Pappy too, and you two both missed. It was Rosie O'Donnell.
Oh.
I mean, I swear she lost a bunch of weight. And what, you didn't see it? Oh, wait a minute, never mind. No, that was really stand up what Harrison Bader did after the game, and what also the Marlins actually did chip in some stuff too. So, but it's really sad that, you know, you go into the fans, fair is fair. Wherever the ball lands, that's your ball. Do whatever. But she's just, I don't get people like that. But you were right last night when you said about the whole pennant race heating up, and it is getting very interesting, because if the playoffs were to happen today in the American League, you would have the Yankees and the Red Sox going at it, the Marlins and Houston going at it, with Detroit and the Blue Jays having a bye. That you could not predict with the Yankees and the Red Sox. And I know the Phillies and Brewers would have a bye, would have a first round bye, and I can't remember the Astros, Mariners, and the Mets and Dodgers, if I remember right. If I remember reading that right, there's some pretty good matchups here. But we still got what, 20-something more games of baseball, and that's going to be it, Steve. Can you believe how quick the season has gone?
Right. Yep.
And boy, Rick Friend was bouncing all off the walls, happy for opening day, and now he's kind of depressed that he's got to wait till next opening day to see how bad they're going.
Yeah, they're toast. They're toast. I mean, time and time again, they were knocking on the door of maybe being in the wild card position, half game back at one point, and yeah, they're toast.
Yeah, but let's jump over to some NFL stuff. Did you happen to see at one of that I think it was a Green Bay Packer game where they had how am I going to say this without getting banned off the radio? One of these toys, so to speak, and I'm kind of cleaning it up a little bit. If you know where I'm going with
yeah, the adult toy.
Yeah. Thank you. Did you see that? A green one got thrown onto the field. I think it was at a Packers game. I'm sitting there like, this is not the WNBA. This is the NFL. It's the no fun league for a reason. You can't be doing that. Oh, hey. Yeah. Let's see. College football. Going to be some interesting games this weekend. It's going to be really bad to see how what the Grump and Ed are going to pick. Yes, Dingbats Gators lost. She was kind of depressed. I had to cheer her up when I showed her the Tennessee score, which was more depressed.
Now, they were talking about that guy on the Gators team that he literally spit in the face of another player. What the heck was he thinking?
It was. I heard the game. I didn't watch the game. I heard the game, and I think it was some trash talking got out of hand, because remember Dak Prescott had that happen to him before that game with that Eagles player. Don't get me quoting some names here, but yeah, the game that I got circled on my calendar is Tennessee and Georgia.
Yes.
This ought to be a pretty good game. This is going to be a pretty good game because, like I said before, Georgia's coming to Tennessee, for revenge. So it's going to be interesting to see. So, but a little bit in the NASCAR world, Haas factory team next year will be switching over to Chevrolet from Ford. That was kind of not a shock, but it was good nonetheless. Denny, like you said, Denny Hamlin did win his fifth race of the year.
Yeah.
My bad. Yeah. Fifth race of the year. And it was kind of a snooze fest for me because those fuel mileage tracks just bleh. But the thing, though, is we're coming up this weekend to Bristol, Steve. This is one of Denny Hamlin's favorite tracks. He loves Bristol. He's been pretty good consistent at Bristol. The question is, can he make it number 5 wins of the season and number 60th overall? That's going to be the key question, because if he continues the way he's going right now, I'm going to probably bank my money on that he will win his championship. He's been the a bridesmaid several times, but never the bride.
Mm-hmm.
But the one thing I like about Denny, and I think you or somebody said last night that Denny Hamlin has an attitude problem. No, Denny Hamlin does not have an attitude problem. NASCAR has a listening problem. See, you remember, we go way back. You remember back in the day when it was Dale Earnhardt Sr. that was running the garage for all the drivers.
Mm-hmm.
He would go to NASCAR, hey, this is what's going on, this is what we need to do to fix it, and NASCAR listened, correct?
And now NASCAR doesn't listen?
No. Because remember, Denny Hamlin went on that podcast of his and slammed the hell out of NASCAR over something, and he got fined. Remember that? And suspended. Remember all this?
Yeah.
To me, Denny Hamlin is a modern-day Dale Earnhardt Sr. because all these gutless drivers they got in the sport, in NASCAR, do not have the guts to call out NASCAR, do not have the guts to stand up and say, hey, this is what it is. This is what's happening. You know, pay attention here, NASCAR. This is what we need to do. This is what we got to do. And they'll fine you. If you don't, it's like the Gestapo. If they don't like what they hear, okay, fine. We'll penalize you, send you down the road too. But let's see. Oh, by the way, did you hear about a new movie coming out? I know you like good movies.
Yeah. What do we got? A remake of something?
Oh yeah. Now you remember Jurassic Park? Now they made about 30 of these movies, different Jurassic Park movies.
Right.
Well, they're coming out with a new one, Steve. You need to circle this on your calendar when you hear the trailer come out. It's called Jurassic Trailer Park, Steve. Have a good morning.
Ah, boy. Thank you very much. Brain Dead, have a good morning. All right, Philip checks in from Florida this early Tuesday. Good morning.
Good morning. I'll tell you a movie trailer that I hear that's coming out, and I haven't seen it yet, but somebody says there's going to be another Smokey and the Bandit. Did you hear about that one, Steve?
Several people have brought that up. I don't know. Is that for real? I mean, if you're scrolling through social media, you see all these fictitious billboards and whatnot that look like this movie's coming out, that movie's coming out. I don't know if it's real or not, honestly.
I don't know either, but it's Vin Diesel as the Bandit.
Yeah.
And Will Smith will be his partner. Kind of like the movie was before.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know. I've been seeing that on my Facebook feed. It's been popping up a lot, and I don't know if it's real or not. But this remake stuff is kind of getting out of hand. And letting BrainNet know, there's somebody else that's going to be at Bristol, too, that I don't think too many people know is Cletus McFarlane is going to be back at Bristol in the ARCA car. Did you hear that one, Steve?
I have not caught that news.
That's what I heard. I heard he's going to be at Bristol and he's going to be running the ARCA car again. And seems like to me there was a drivers association that they have in NASCAR now, that where the drivers can meet together and they deal with the money issues and stuff too. I mean, I know that they don't have a union. They got rid of that a long time ago, but you know, the drivers need to have more input with NASCAR. I do believe that Brain Dead is correct on that. The France family has not communicated with them now like they used to be when Bill and all those guys were in there. And I think Jim France and those guys need to step up a little bit more when it comes to the drivers. And Denny is very opinionated. Don't let nobody kid you. As a car owner, he's very opinionated, especially with this 2311 lawsuit thing going on with the charters. But sometimes Denny gets out there. You don't know when to shut it up.
Mm-hmm.
That's the problem. And that's what happened on the podcast. He got a little overzealous in his comments, and NASCAR, that's the first instance that NASCAR actually did that, where they went in and found somebody for their comments on their social media. And drivers need to understand that you are in the media limelight. So at any given time, you are representing NASCAR, whether you're driving the car or whether you're talking on a television. You know, so you need to be respectful of where you come from, what you're doing. And that's what kind of NASCAR did with Denny. They kind of put him in line and said, hey, you can't make these comments. You know, this is how you make your money. You got to make sure you're representing our brand. And I think that's a big part of it now is, Steve, it's not just about the drivers anymore. It's about the brand. In a Jimmy Johnson interview recently, he said that he is building a brand. That's his main goal in life now. It's not so much about the teams and whatnot. It's building the brand. So you look at Michael Jordan, what has he done? He's built a brand. You look at Jeff Gordon, what did he do? He built a brand.
Mm-hmm.
How much stuff has they sold off of their brand? And that's the way NASCAR looks at it too. You are representing the NASCAR name. You need to be respectful for us and do by our guidelines when you're talking to media. And they clamped down on Denny about that. And that's the big thing. And Dale Earnhardt, they didn't have that back when Earnhardt was around. That stuff was evolving when Earnhardt was around. It was just getting out there. Matter of fact, Earnhardt and those guys helped evolve that stuff. Teresa, his wife, was one of the first people that started branding stuff so that they could sell it, merchandise. You know, they were the first ones to go on that line. But to keep your brand pure, look at Jeff Gordon. How many bad things were said over Jeff Gordon over the years, Steve? Did you hear anything bad about Jeff Gordon? I mean, sure, he had some stuff going with his divorce and stuff like that. But, I mean, how many negative things did you see said about Jeff Gordon all over the years?
Right.
Never was too much, was there? So that's what it's about. That's why NASCAR got down on Denny. It's about you're representing a name. You have to be respectful of that, and you are held to a higher accountability with you race for NASCAR. You know, it goes for the same thing for Ricky Stenhouse. You know, it doesn't matter who you are. Chase Briscoe. You know, everybody. God knows how many times have Kyle and Kurt Busch been in the news, Steve?
Right. Yep.
You know?
Yes, sir.
Kyle. And that's the thing. You have to be held accountable. You know, it's, you know, like Steve, you represent the overnight drive on radio, right? That's your brand.
Mm-hmm.
You have to be respectful to your brand and watch your comments on what you say. It's about self-control. That's what it's about. So, but El Rocket got canceled last night down here. We had some storms come through last night that were pretty bad, and they had to cancel it. So we'll be shooting again. This satellite they're shooting off tonight will be a Indonesian satellite. Now, as far as the comments about the illegals and the Hyundai deal, yesterday CBS posted a story about caregivers. Now, this talking about spending something. They were talking about, because of the legal folks that are getting deported, it's going to put a lower amount of caregivers that are in the system for taking care of elderly people. Okay? There was a lady who came over from Honduras. She's been over here 25 years. She's getting deported back to Honduras because her paperwork is not correct. She never did try to get everything straightened out.
Mm-hmm.
Now, how do you stay here 25 years, Steve, and not get the things right? Now, that's the part that CBS didn't spin, and that's the part that needs to be spun. We need to understand there is a reason why you go and you get all that stuff straight. If you want to live over here and work over here, you need to pursue it legally, and you have to go through the process. Now, 25 years, that's too long, Steve. What do you think?
Yeah, by 25 years.
Yes. And it's the same way with these folks in the deal with Hyundai. They weren't over here. Evidently, a lot of it, who knows? I don't know if they're criminals or not. You know, but Hyundai saw something into them to bring them over here. But Hyundai didn't go through the proper channels to get their stuff filed correctly to keep them over here. Now, it was a lot of people. What'd you say, over 400? Was it, Steve?
Well, 300 from
that
South
was down
Korea.
there?
475 total people, 300 South Koreans.
All right, if it seems like to me, if you're going to bring somebody into a new setup, a new factory, and you got special people that are coming in to set this factory up who are going to be training people, you need to get all the paperwork correct.
Yep.
It's common sense. You know, and they didn't have things in line, you know, and they got deported. It's no different than this lady going back to Honduras. It's no different than these folks from Venezuela that have been here, that have been sitting here for years on visas that are not correct. You know, it's time to get all that stuff correct so we can stay in America. Okay? I don't have a problem with people coming here and working. Now, as far as the criminal aspect, that's a different deal. You're coming into a different situation. Like that lady from Ukraine who came over here and that mentally ill dude took her out. So that's a different deal. But when it comes down to, you got to get everything correct. I mean, Steve, if I go over to another country and I don't have my passport, what are they going to do to me? It's the same thing. You know what I mean? It's one of those things. So that's all I got tonight, buddy. I appreciate y'all, and y'all have a safe night.
Good to hear from you. Safe journey on in. Have a good day at work. Sounds like you're going to have a lot of rain impacting the Sunshine State through the week ahead here. Could you imagine being the guy sitting there at the stadium Sunday night watching your team just thrilled to death? Yeah, your team's up 34-19. It's the fourth quarter. We got this bad boy's in the books. He had a $200,000 wager on the Ravens to win. They're showing the bet ticket from Las Vegas, a straight bet, $200,000 to win. Had the Ravens won, his winnings would have been $181,000 some change. So he would have collected $381,818.20. Fourth quarter, up 34-19, to watch your team literally collapse in one of the greatest comebacks in Buffalo Bills history to win 41-40. Wow, you talk about heart-wrenching. Good morning, Knucklebuster.
Morning, Mr. Steve Sommers. You know, if I'd have won that lottery, $450 million, I believe I could live the rest of my life on that, Steve. I put $225 million back in taxes so that I can pay my taxes off every year. still at $225 million, I could live a pretty good life.
I think
still
so.
keep working. That's why they tell you, hire a lawyer, hire an attorney, and then make sure you get a tax guy too. But that could all come out of the half of that 225 we have back in the bank account there, right? So, hey, Pappy, I don't know when the end times are. I don't have any clue. And I don't want to hear other people's versions of it either. So, the Bible says in the end times that right will be wrong and wrong will be right. So, you'll see the signs. So, we're living in them, right? Ain't that crazy? Well, I don't know. Hey, Eagle, you need to quit listening to your girlfriend, Whoopi Goldberg, because that's what's following me. Oh, his name is Eagle / Minister. That's who he's starting to sound like more and more all the time, Steve. I don't know. I'll call him that. I see list what he has to say. So, I live my life the way I want to and don't worry about anybody else. And people don't have to care what I think either. So, well, I don't know what at $225 million, you reckon I'd need to become an owner operator and just buy my own truck?
I'd be thinking more along the lines of retiring to my private tiki hut somewhere on an island somewhere, sipping margaritas and watching the ocean. All right. Thank you, Knucklebuster. Hey, don't buy or lease another truck without first calling Tell. New trucks as low as $500 down. Call Tell at 866-404-6289.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At Tell, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call Tell at 866-404-6289 or visit Tell360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says America was founded on faith, and when it's strong, good things happen for the country. He spoke on religious liberty at the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. today.
And under the Trump administration, we're defending our rights and restoring our identity as a nation under God. We are one nation under God.
Trump announced the Department of Education will issue guidance aimed at protecting the right to prayer in schools. His appearance coincided with the public meeting held by the Department of Justice's Religious Liberty Commission to gather information and testimony on issues related to religious freedom in America. Officials from South Korea are in the U.S. to coordinate the return of hundreds of workers swept up in an immigration raid.
South Korea's foreign minister visits the U.S. today to help bring home more than 300 Korean workers who were caught up in an immigration raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia. South Korea is chartering flights for the workers who are mostly subcontractors for Hyundai and LG. South Korea's government is not happy that video of the raid was made public while they try to finalize a trade deal with the U.S. I'm Rory O'Neill.
There are 2 winners announced in the $1.8 billion Powerball jackpot. 2 tickets sold in Missouri and Texas matched all 6 numbers in Saturday's drawing.
Both states allow lottery winners to remain anonymous. No one has yet to come forward, but the Texas Lottery says one of the winning tickets was sold at a gas station convenience store in Fredericksburg. If that doesn't sound like you, don't throw your ticket away just yet. There were some tickets which matched 5 of the 6 numbers, and those are worth $2 million. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 114 points, the S&P added 13 points, and the NASDAQ rose 98 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Hi, it's Mark Falter, host of the Financial Fitness Show. I strongly believe that no one should ever pay 1 penny more in taxes than they are legally obligated. Unfortunately, for most hardworking Americans, this just isn't the case. Why? Because most people spend more time planning next weekend's getaway than trying to ensure they're going to pay less in taxes. My financial fitness team has put together some materials that I know are going to help you. It's the Tax Savings Kit. Tax Savings Kit includes 3 things: free tax analysis, top 10 ways to pay less in taxes, and an investor's guide to taxes. Now, how do you get it? Simple. 866-764-2635. Again, 866-764-2635. I'm Mark Falter. This is Financial Fitness, making personal finance profitable.
It looks like Florida's plan to drop school vaccine mandates will not go into effect for another 90 days and would include only hepatitis B, chickenpox, HIV, influenza, and pneumococcal diseases such as meningitis. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union on Sunday, Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo admitted in this exchange he went public with the plan without any data analysis or projections.
This is an issue very clearly of parents' rights. So do I need to analyze whether it's appropriate for parents to be able to decide what goes into their bodies? I don't need to do an analysis on that.
At the moment, all other vaccinations the state requires to attend school remain in place. Florida does have a religious exemption for vaccine requirements, and the legislature could move to expand Ladapo's plan. PNC Financial Services is announcing a push into Colorado.
PNC announced plans to buy First Bank, headquartered in Lakewood, for $4.1 billion. First Bank runs 95 branches in Colorado and Arizona. When the merger closes next year, First Bank will transition to PNC branding and banking platforms. I'm Connor Shreve.
Prosecutors want a tougher sentence for former Seattle Supersonic star Sean Kemp.
Sean Kemp claimed he shot at 2 men in self-defense after stealing his phone. Kemp was sentenced to 30 days home detention and 240 hours community service. Prosecutors say there's no evidence Kemp was threatened. They say that he's being given preferential treatment. A hearing is scheduled Tuesday in Tacoma. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Many Americans are currently celebrating the election of Donald J. Trump. If you'd like a deep dive look into the mass movement behind his political success, visit TrumpWorld.net to get your complimentary digital copy of the Trump World Bookazine from The New American. It's a 96-page special collector's edition, and for a limited time you can receive the digital edition for free. Visit TrumpWorld.net today for your free digital copy of Trump World. That's TrumpWorld.net.
At TEL, we know what it takes to succeed as an owner-operator because we were founded by one. The big secret? Affordable new trucks. New equipment keeps you moving, improves cash flow, and delivers reliability. For over 20 years, we've helped drivers take the next step in their careers. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 and use promo code OVERNIGHT100. We look forward to meeting you. Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
Now back to the Steve Summers Overnight Drive, live from the Hot Shot Secret Studios.
Alrighty, how about it? What do you say? Cross over the midnight hour on the West Coast. Yes, here we are. Welcome into a Tuesday. 9th day of September. Well, the great freight recession, which has hampered the industry over the last 3 years, forcing dozens of shipping companies to file for bankruptcy protection. At least 17 trucking and logistics companies filed for bankruptcy in the second quarter of this year alone. According to the Equipment Finance News, dry van truckload contract rates flat from the same time a year ago, according to FreightWaves. Trucking spot rates, which shippers pay carriers for a one-time shipment, however, finished the first half below year-over-year levels. Long-haul truckload demand reportedly plummeted by 25% in the first half of the year, with trucking becoming more of a short-haul delivery method for the final leg of freight movement. Some of the data, some of the key trucking company distress data cites second quarter 2025 bankruptcy filings at, again, 17. Long-haul truckload demand declines 25%. Overall freight demand faces an unseasonable decline we saw in April of this year, likely presaging further deterioration in the coming months. According to the State of the Industry report several months ago, newsflash, the 3-year-long great freight recession is not over. The leading indicators that caused FreightWaves to declare the end of the great freight recession in November of last year, and the resulting carrier optimism is now in the rearview mirror, according to president of accounting firm KSM Transport Advisors. The decline is unseasonable, according to the State of the Industry report, since the beginning of the second quarter usually sees demand slowly ramp up in anticipation of summer inventories and produce deliveries. The combination of economic challenges has led several more trucking companies to file for bankruptcy in the third quarter. Meanwhile, Brother Rambler kicking off a new week, I do believe. Good morning.
Well, good morning, Steve, and hello, God's children listening to us far and wide on the number 26 Listen to overnight platform. Glad you're listening to us. That's right, ranked number 26 of the most listened to overnight platform. So whether you're listening to us up there on the high plains desert of Ely, Nevada, or all the way down to the Gulf Coast of Houston, Texas, we're glad to be here with you. And I want to just say just rest in peace to Rick Davies. Man, I tell you what, he was one of the co-founders of the awesome band called Supertramp back in the day.
Yes.
And we lost him. He had a long battle with a long illness battle. And man, I tell you what, two of their most well-known songs is Goodbye Stranger. Of course, I like the extended version of that song where after they get, the one that don't play on the radio, they get this cool jam where they're just jamming out stuff. Of course, one of my favorites that I listened to when I was over the road was The Long Way Home. And I always wonder who that guy was that played the harmonica in that song. Man, he played a mean harmonica. But rest in peace to Rick Davies. And of course, we got some sad news over the weekend. Longtime friend of mine, preacher friend of mine, pastors a church. Well, he was pastoring a church. His wife got cancer, and he went on ahead and closed his church down, and they just kind of traveled, spent as much time as they could together. We lost a very well-respected lady named Gail Pearson over the weekend. Her husband, good friend of mine, Thurl Pearson. And the church they pastored was New Beginnings Church right there in Walnut Hill, Florida. So just give my condolences to that, to Brother Thurl and Sister Gail. I know Sister Gail was the piano player for the church, good wife, and she was a good tax lady too, handled a lot of people's taxes if you're in the Escambia, Baldwin County, and Mobile County area. So, also, we had some sad news. I had a buddy of mine. Now, listen to this. I'll turn the truck off there. Listen to this, Steve. 2 days prior, you're on a 30-foot boat. You're drinking some skull busters. You're catching some red snappers, some triggerfish out there in the Gulf. Then 2 days later, you're at death's door. That's the phone call I got also.
Wow.
This past weekend. My buddy. Yeah, that's what I said. My buddy Phil Meadows, him and his brother are very, very close. And prayers going up for Mike Meadows, who was literally, the only reason he isn't dead is because the hand of God. He had an aneurysm in his stomach on the main artery that runs through your body. This is what killed Conway Twitty. It also killed my grandfather. Many years ago. And if that aneurysm was to burst, he would have been dead in seconds. Because, my poor grandfather, God bless him, we lost him February 24, 2001. And it was just a sharp pain. He couldn't even get "I love you" out of his mouth. He was gone. And it happened right in front of my grandmother. He just bleed to death in seconds. Thank God that Mike Meadows had enough wherewithal to know, okay, I don't normally get sick. There's something going on. I got to get to the hospital. And they found he already lost 4 pints of blood. They were able to go in there, do emergency surgery, and kind of patch up. He's still not out of the woods, but it just goes to show you, God's children, you never know when your number's going to be called. You never, ever know. Because like I said, 2 days prior, him and his brother and a couple other people, they're out there on the boat. They're out there in the Gulf. They're fishing for triggerfish, fishing for red snapper, and got a lot of them. And the next day, you're just standing at death's door, literally staring at death in the face. So, and Steve, that's kind of what the message was at Determined Ministries Church this past Sunday. By the way, you want to follow us at Determined Ministries Church, go to Facebook, and we go live at 5 o'clock p.m. every Sunday evening. The title of the message, Steve, was The Door, the Gate, the Ladder. The Door, the Gate, the Ladder. And I don't care how good of a tithe payer you are. I don't care how good of a person you are. I don't care, you may be just the heart of gold. But if you're not going to enter in through the straight gate, because straight is the gate, narrow is the way that leads to heaven. If you're not going to enter in through the door, which is in John chapter 10, Jesus says, "I am the door," you're not going to make it. If you're not willing to grab the ladder, the left side, hope, right side, love, and climb the ladder each day of your life by faith, you're not going to make it. You're not going to make it. The Bible does say the only way you're ever going to make it to heaven is in John 14:6. Jesus says, "I am the way, the truth, and the life. No man, no woman, nobody comes to the Father but by him." You've got to enter in through the gate. You got to enter in through the door. you got to be able to climb the ladder. Praise God for that. On football news, everyone should realize what happened to Alabama and what happened to Florida, and I'm not picking on Dingbat out there by any means. It goes to show you now with the NIL, any team can jump up and beat you on any given Saturday. Any team can. So, hey, just get ready. I mean, South Florida, they've been good for a long time. I mean, they gave us all we could handle 2 years in a row. And, yeah, they come up there. I was shocked. I was watching that game whenever they kicked that game-winning field goal. But Braindead is right. You got that Tennessee-Georgia game. That's going to be a barn burner, and I can't wait to watch that, too. Of course, we kick off at 11 o'clock Central Time against Wisconsin. Then we get the next week's a bye week as we get ready for Georgia. We got to go to Athens and play them between the hedges. So that's going to be a tough task also. And congratulations to the Boomer Sooner. Man, oh, man. Put a whooping on those cheating Michigan Wolverines. So Boomer Sooner for them, and man, I tell you what, it's why old Harbaugh had to leave town. Cheated too much. So that's why he's over there in the NFL along with Pete Carroll as well. Both of them got caught. So, but. Other than that, Steve, I'll tell you, brother, it was a great weekend. We're back at it. Finally, fall has reached us down here. I'm looking at the temperature right now. It is 63 degrees. Finally, getting some relief down here in the hot south. So we're happy just to be just chilling out, cooling off, and feels good just to not get out there and just start pouring sweat. The only difference between the Gulf Coast and the desert is it's both hot, but down here it's like you're stepping into a steam room. Out west, you're stepping into a sauna. It's a dry heat. And I love it when they used to tell me out there, well, it's a dry heat. It's still hot.
You're right.
You're still going to sweat. Daggum. So, yeah, it's still hot. So, but, it broke my heart. You said that ridge, high pressure building over us. But that could be a blessing, too, because I know high pressure keeps hurricanes away. So, and we're not out on the hurricane season yet. I know Philip and I, we live on the Gulf Coast, and several others that listen, we live on the Gulf Coast. So, we're not looking forward to getting hit by any kind of storm. So we're just kind of praying, keeping ourselves prayed up, and just praying that we just don't get one this year, because any time one enters in the Gulf, oh, man, Katie bar the door. We don't want none of that. But I tell you what, it is good to be number 26. We need to get to be number 1. I know we got a long road ahead, but we can do it, and the show is growing. I appreciate all the sponsors that sponsors the show, and if you want to help the show out, you want to help the show grow, I encourage you to go to overnightdriveradio.com. That is where you will find your Steve Sommers and the Overnight Drive swag, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret. Go to overnightdriveradio.com and get your swag, everything you need. And you can make your purchase safe and secure. I don't think you got to worry about your bank account being hacked or anything like that. Just go support the show. If you don't want to call in, and I encourage everyone to call in. And I know we got a lot of people that are very nervous and they don't want to be heard on the radio, and I totally get it. But here's a little initiative. If you will call in, and if you're a first-time caller, you get a $60 voucher that you can go to hotshotsecret.com and spend at your heart's desire to get anything Hot Shot for your vehicle or tractor or truck or whatever you need. But we love you out there, God's children. We're always praying for you, and thank you for all of the support you show our church, Determined Ministries Church, and all the support you show Steve at Overnight Drive, sponsored by Hot Shot Secret and the host Steve Summers. And I leave you with this, and that is love. Oh, Steve, your uncle, how did the surgery go?
Surgery went well. The retina, everything back. I guess takes several days, I think, to get your vision back. I picked him up from the hospital, or had to take him back there Saturday morning, and they took the patch off his eye. I haven't spoke to him, but they said it'd be a few days before his vision returns. Later today, they'll actually be sitting down with the doctor to get the results of the CT scan, determine if the chemo has actually been working over the last several months. He's lost 50 pounds, Rambler, 50 pounds that he didn't really have to lose. So let's hope that we get positive results. Yeah.
I wanted to email you, and I totally forgot to give a shout out to let him know that, hey, I know who he is, and we're praying for him, and we call his name every Sunday. One more person to put on the prayer list is Sue Blackwell. That is my boss's wife. She basically coded this past weekend, battling cancer, God's children. And multiple myeloma is what she's battling. And they were able to get her back, but she's in pretty rough shape. So y'all pray for Sue Blackwell. And there are so many people that listen to us. Well, they're just not people. They're God's children. That's what I like to call them. They're God's children. And they're listening. And, Steve, we just don't know what a person's going through. We don't know what kind of torment, what a person's going through. We don't know the mental anguish, the depression, the financial difficulty. That's why, when you follow us at the Turner Ministries Church, we always do our exercise time, and I always get people to say, okay, raise your right hand, keep it up. We're going to pray for all your friends, family, loved ones, acquaintances, even your enemies. Then I say, with your left hand, I always say all unspoken. Now, an unspoken prayer request is stuff that you don't want people to know about. Maybe a sin you're struggling with. Maybe someone that is going through something, and it's all hush hush, but hey, God knows. And that's why we just try and cover it all. Pray for all friends, family, loved ones, acquaintances, even your enemies. And that's why I always give the thumb up for your enemies, because I tell you what, you got to learn to love people, God's children. You really do. Even people that seem so difficult, just like that person, that sicko that stabbed that poor woman. You know what? Maybe some of you's going to argue with me. Maybe most of you have already said that man deserves hell. I'm going to tell you right now, no one. I don't want to see nobody go to hell. If you only knew how bad of a place that truly is, you wouldn't want your worst enemy to go there. No, does he need to face the death penalty? That's between a jury of his peers and a judge to decide. And if he does, Jesus said, he held up the coin. He says, whose image is on this? Caesar. Render unto Caesar what is Caesar, render unto God what is God's. You let God, be the judge. You let the laws of the land work. And if he does get the death penalty, I pray that man at least finds the salvation of our Lord Jesus Christ before they pull the switch or inject him full of drugs or make him suck nitrous oxide like they do in Alabama. Because I tell you what, if you've read the things that I've read and you've talked to the people that I've talked to that have died, went to hell, and got snatched back, you wouldn't want to go. You would want your worst enemy to go. So don't ever sit there and say, I wish that person just brought in hell. No, you don't ever say that. You pray for their salvation. Do they deserve to be punished on this earth? Absolutely. But you don't ever want them to go there. And you may disagree with me with that, but that's where I stand. And I'll leave you with this, and that is love. Love is more than just a four-letter word. It's something you have to do, it's something you have to enact. And if Jesus can love you, and he does, oh, Brother Rambler can love you, and I do. And I love you, God's children. I'll talk to you later. Bye, Steve.
All right. Have a great Tuesday, getting the week started there. And, yeah, we'll talk later this week sometime. Yeah, I was just sharing the story about the $200,000 wager on the Ravens to win that game Sunday night. There was a point in the game, apparently on all these games, I don't know, Amazon Web Services, they have like a little tracker that's following each of the games, the probability of one team or the other winning a game. Believe it or not, the Buffalo Bills win probability was as low as 1.1%. With 8 minutes and 37 seconds left in the fourth quarter, they were trailing by a score of 40-25 at that point. This was the most improbable comeback by the Bills, with Josh Allen at quarterback, and the 13th most improbable comeback by any team in the last 10 years. You know, with 8 minutes and 37 seconds left in the fourth quarter, this guy thinking he's going to bank in $181,000 and some change. He was probably already buying rounds for his friends. Let's get the party started. It's going to be a big night tonight. Wow. What was the old saying? It's not over till the fat lady sings, right? All right. Here's the American Trucking Association trying to tout the narrative, as they always do, no matter what, of a driver shortage. Guess what the magic number is? We're 80,000 drivers short right now. The story from, I believe it was FreightWaves or Landline this past time, I'm not sure exactly which. But they're now saying medical marijuana is causing a national truck driver shortage and causing it to only get worse. Especially, they highlight the state of Oklahoma. The Oklahoma Medical Marijuana Authority said it's generated more than $1 billion in sales, hundreds of millions in taxes, and created countless jobs. But not all businesses are seeing the benefits. Dozens of students attend American truck training in Oklahoma City. On the road to making quote, they say starting salary of $75,000. I don't know about that. But the American Trucking Association said we are in the U.S. short at least 80,000 drivers, and it's a need especially felt in Oklahoma. Truckers said the shortage is in part due to a high interest in medical marijuana. Hang on for the rest of the story there, coming up following our news break. First, lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental U.S. Visit tel360.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security is announcing an immigration operation in Chicago. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed the operation, but would not get into details.
I never talk about security operations. I don't want to ever do anything that would jeopardize our law enforcement as they're out there on the ground, making sure they're keeping people safe.
DHS says Operation Midway Blitz will target the criminal illegal aliens who flock to Chicago and Illinois. The Post goes on to say the operation is in honor of an Illinois woman who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car wreck allegedly caused by a criminal illegal alien. The operation follows days of President Trump's warnings that he wants to clean up the city's crime problem. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 114 points, the S&P added 13 points, and the Nasdaq rose 98 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MediShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MediShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE-40.
Ready to take the wheel of your future? With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you could start for just $500 down. Get new equipment, expert support, and a path to ownership, all with one of the lowest upfront costs in the industry. Whether you're starting out or leveling up, TEL is here to help you succeed. Visit tel360.com or call 866-404-6289. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get rolling today.
At Hotshot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example, stiction. Found throughout the oil system, stiction is the sticky friction that negatively impacts your engine's ability to function at an optimal level. The molecular structure of oil is a hydrocarbon. The engine's extreme heat, tight tolerances, and high pressure cause the oil to break down and release hydrogen, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit. The varnish clings to the engine's moving parts, creating drag on the turbocharger, oil pump, and pistons. Symptoms of stiction include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hotshot Secret Stiction Eliminator delivers a 98% clean rating in third-party scrub tests. Its synthetic cleaner plus nano lubricant contains no harmful solvents and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hotshot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, mile after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. When your injectors fail, your truck and your paycheck stop moving. At Industrial Injection, we remanufacture diesel injectors to perform better than brand new. Tighter specs, cleaner fuel delivery, and tested in-house by diesel experts. Plus, we build turbos, pumps, engine kits, and more, all backed by over 40 years in the diesel industry. It doesn't matter if you're running on modern common rail or legacy mechanical. We've got you covered. Call 800-955-0476 or visit industrialinjection.com. Knowledge you trust. Quality you depend on.
Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With Rightway, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, Rightway helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to rwls.com. Rightway. Drive more, scale less.
The Overnight Drive with Steve Sommers. Live from the Hotshot Secret Studios. Call Steve now. 844-844-3388. That's 844-844-3388.
All right. Looking at, got Vic, I believe, coming up next. Comments about the Hyundai raid. Carl's on board. And room for you at 844-844-3388. Let me finish up with the medical marijuana scenario. We had a gentleman call here a couple weeks ago kind of inquiring about that. Even with a medical marijuana card, you cannot drive a commercial vehicle legally. Of course, you can't really drive any vehicle under the influence of medical marijuana. According to the CEO of American Truck Training in Oklahoma City, Jerome Redmond, said, I feel we haven't shined a light big enough on this issue, and hopefully something like this might help folks understand that. Redmond said it's a weekly issue, having to turn down new recruits at his truck driving school because many of those applicants have their medical marijuana cards. Applicants who have their cards and stick with it are forced to see a delay starting the training. A lot of folks are getting a medical marijuana card, but they're not understanding that even though it helps them with whatever illness or whatever they have, it does bar them from being able to get a commercial driver's license. In order to become a truck driver, you need a commercial driver's license. Those DOT certifications require a 5-panel drug test. Now, whether someone has a prescription or not, if they fail the test, if they have THC in their system, certain antidepressants like Wellbutrin that can also trigger false positives for amphetamines. We want folks to have the ability to get whatever medications they need. It's just like any medication that's from CSA, it's going to be strict on anything that can influence you for safety purposes. Those rules are in place, obviously, to avoid crashes like the 7-car pileup that happened on Interstate 35 near Davis in the spring of 23. Investigators say the semi-driver failed to stop for traffic congestion near a construction zone, hitting 6 other vehicles, including 4 other semis. 2 perished in that crash. Court documents show the driver who crashed into the other vehicles told troopers that he had his cell phone on his dashboard and he was responding to a Ring doorbell notification when the crash occurred. However, an investigation found the driver also tested positive for marijuana. All right, Vic, joining us here this early Tuesday. What's happening, Vic?
Well, I was listening to Eagle there talking about Donald Trump, and this kind of brought up some of my old human resources training and stuff. And I've had issues with the way Donald Trump handles things because Donald Trump is what is known as a type A negative personality. Those are usually drivers, and they're kind of like a bull in a china shop or whatever you want to say, and they try to force things through. And the type A positive, they're kind of charismatic, and we've had several change agents here in the last half century here in the United States, and Donald Trump is a change agent. Barack Obama was a change agent, whether you like it or not. Ronald Reagan was a change agent. JFK was a change agent. And JFK and Ronald Reagan and Barack Obama were all kind of charismatic, and they were able to get people to follow them, whether you liked it or not. And, of course, with Barack Obama more so than with the others, they would he had what I want to say, he had kind of like a mafia type thing behind him there out of Chicago that I can't think of his name, Axelrod. Whenever they ran Barack Obama, he said that he was going to use white guilt to get him elected, and or play the racist card was really what he was saying. And they did that all through that. So anytime you criticized Barack Obama, you immediately, and his policies, you immediately were accused of being a racist. And by that time, the whole world was so scared of being called a racist that they had just folded their tent and go on and let him get whatever he wanted. But the deal was, and the reason I was mentioning all that was that Hyundai raid down there. I still don't understand why they made such a production out of that, and why it was handled in that manner, because what they did down there at the Hyundai plant, that's been going on for ever since Ronald Reagan was elected, and set up all these economic development commissions and everything else. And if I understand it right, they did the thing where they would go out and a company gets a contract, to work for another company, and basically that's how they got rid of all the computer programmers there in Disney, because Disney hired a company, and that company's in turn, they went out and hired foreign people to come in and take American jobs. I don't know if you remember all that went on way back when, but my granddaughter, she was just graduating from a little university there where they taught all the people how to make these animated things, and I forget what they called it, but anyway, she was trained in all that, like, the Pixar, and at that time, Disney had been hired a lot of people out of that little university, and then instead they got new management at the top of Disney, and they went out and hired this company. And there's some flaw in our immigration law that lets these companies do that. They can hire a company, and then that company, the American company says, no, we didn't hire these foreign people. We just hired this company. And this company went out and hired these foreign people to fulfill their contract, and they get a pass on all that. And I don't know if you remember Fair and Numbers USA, they published a whole article on that back whenever that happened, and followed up on all that. So the deal down there in Georgia, as I understand it, the Economic Development Commission there in Georgia actually gave Hyundai a contract to build that plant. So Hyundai started bringing all their people in to build the plant. Then later, I guess, to get the startup and everything else. And that's how all that went down. And I don't know. I guess they were supposed to hire so many, actually, Georgia residents. And that has happened time and time again in all these economic development commissions, to where they say, oh, we want to come in here and we want to bring you so much work and everything else. So the development commission goes ahead and gives them all the subsidies. They bring the people in, and the next thing you know, they're saying, well, you don't have enough local labor. We're going to have to import some labor. And Lord, that's been going on, like I said, for 40 years. So it was kind of a clumsy way. To me, I think Donald Trump handled it in a clumsy way, but I'm glad he did it, because maybe I'll shine a light on that and get rid of those things that they have in there to where it makes it legal to bring people in. And it used to be called an L1 or 2 visa. I forgot what it was, but it is a business type visa. It's not a worker visa. And there's another one to where it almost has somebody coming in like an indentured servant. I know my daughter in the pharmacy world, they were bringing people in, some of the pharmacy people into the United States, and once the company brought them in there, they pretty much had to abide with whatever the company said, or the company could send them, back to whatever country they came from. And so to say our immigration laws need rework, that's a classic understatement. But that's kind of some of the stuff that was going on there, and that's why I said that the way Trump handled it was kind of clumsy, and we'll see if they kind of follow up, and then if the people have committed other laws and everything else. And all these judges talking about this stuff, as I recall, the Secretary of State, the Secretary of State can call anybody a persona non grata and send him home. I mean, actually, the Secretary of State has a world of power in that matter. So I don't know why the judges were talking about they needed due process of law and everything else. And the Secretary of State can just call up their the person that's in here, legal or illegally, they can call the consul or the secretary of the embassy of whatever country they're from and just say, hey, this person's here and we need to have an agreement on it. And oddly enough, they can't seem to do it now, but I don't know if you remember that the state of Mexico stepped up to that one murderer guy that I think he shot a border agent or something. And the country of Mexico wound up getting him to come back to Mexico. And I think he totally escaped prosecution in the United States. So there's a world of things that need to go on there at a level, I guess a higher level in the whole immigration process. But whenever it's down to, where the old saying, the rubber meets the road, when people are in here violating our laws and everything else, that has always been a standard for deportation. So I don't know where a lot of these people are coming from. And just real quick, a bit about war on Chicago and all this other stuff. How much have you always heard about the war on drugs? War has been something that's been used as I don't want to say it, well, I guess I'll just call it a euphemism. That's always been used to kind of make a point about something. And it's not, whenever they talk about the war on Chicago, no, it's a war on the 80,000 cartel members that are up there in Chicago, which is actually a war for Chicago, not a war against Chicago.
Right.
So that was what when it's like, man, you people are getting so tangled up in semantics and trying to twist the story around it. It is unbelievable. And then real quick, just a bit of a personal information on where I had to have all that stuff done through my Medicare Advantage plan. Saturday, I get a notice telling me that I had other insurance, so I got to send them a letter. And no, I don't. But if somebody somehow put in another claim or something of that nature, I guess they'll track it all down. And then yesterday, I got a notice from another, one of these credit reporting agencies, saying they had evidence that somebody had a third party that did their work had a security data breach, and they didn't think any critical information happened. The only thing they got was my Social Security number and date of birth, and so now they're going to give me 2 years of free credit monitoring service. And I thought, well, what's the deal on this? Those two things, you can pretty much do about anything you want to a person. So I got to follow that up. But the point I was going to make is both it's United Health Insurance and the credit reporting agencies were using third-party services. And I don't know when they're going to quit using third-party services, because a lot of that goes to foreign countries and illegal aliens and everything else. So, why do these companies keep setting themselves up for these different fraud things? So it's just, like I said, there's some serious work that needs to be done on all this stuff, and people can come to this country and contribute positively to it. That's good, but with all these people playing all these games, and that even goes down to the local politicians. They want to bring different groups in here and all this to basically, usually the local politicians are going to make some money off land or something or whatever. And it's not just a purely, I guess you'd say, societal concern. Many of the local people are more concerned about their pocketbook than they are about the benefit to society. So with that, I would just say that. But like I say, I followed Donald Trump for years, and his management style hasn't changed. The only thing is he can't quite understand. You can't operate in government the way you can in business. And like I said, and whenever him and Musk parted ways there with Doge, I was not very happy about that, because right off the bat, Musk zeroed in on the big things, the Social Security and all this other stuff and the fraud. And then Elon Musk had all of his Tesla things and all that. They went after that tooth and nail. So I guess in the long run they won out, because I don't think a lot of these different agencies could withstand a serious audit. And it kind of, the Department of Government Efficiency, they seem to have lost their drive. So anyway, but the big thing is that I don't think at Trump's age, I don't think he's going to change. But maybe they can kind of slow him down and say, "Hey, can't we do this a little bit?" You know.
Right. Well, you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Isn't that the old adage?
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires, designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Mentioned Elon Musk and Tesla actually in the news this past day. And it's not the best news, as Tesla's grip on the electric vehicle market is slipping as rivals launch new models, offering aggressive incentives to buyers. According to new data, Tesla's market share has dropped to the lowest point since 2017, a time when both Elon Musk and his car company were much less well known than they are today. Reuters reported that Elon's Tesla, once the dominant force in the U.S. electric vehicle market with over 80% market share, has been suffering market share erosion for months now, according to exclusive data From Cox Automotive, Tesla's U.S. market share fell to just 38% in August of this year, putting it at the lowest level since October of 2017, a time when the company was actually ramping up production of their first mass market car, the Model 3. Yeah, this kind of highlights the growing threat from traditional automakers investing heavily in electric vehicles, offering attractive deals, trying to lure buyers. What's worse for Musk, though, the latest numbers are a continuation of a trend in recent months. In July, Tesla's market share dropped to 42% from 48.7% in June, marking the sharpest decline since March of 2021, when Ford launched its Mustang Mach-E electric SUV. While Tesla sales rose 7% in July, 53,816 vehicles, the overall electric vehicle market jumped more than 24% month over month to 128,000 plus units. Yet driven by the impending expiration of the $7,500 federal tax credit and competitive offers from rivals. The increasingly competitive landscape is forcing Tesla to make some difficult choices between supporting sales with profit, destroying incentives, or maintaining margins while giving up market share. They've had to cut prices in recent years trying to boost demand, putting pressure on the industry-leading profitability. Tesla's sales problems extend far beyond America, though. Now, they've suffered a 40% sales decline in Europe as well. For the month of July, compared to the same period last year, data from the European Automobile Manufacturers Association, company recorded only 8,837 new car registrations in Europe last month. 7th consecutive month of declining sales in that region. In stark contrast, Chinese rival BYD has enjoyed a surge in European sales. New car registrations jumping by 225% year over year. We're talking 3,500 plus cars in the month of July. So a lot of folks opting for the cheaper Chinese model, apparently. Get behind the wheel of a new truck with TEL's flexible lease options and full factory warranties. Visit tel360.com.
With Transport Enterprise Leasing, you're in the driver's seat, literally. Choose your carrier or operate under your own authority and drive a truck that works as hard as you do. Ready to roll? Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 and get $100 off your first lease payment. Call TEL now at 866-404-6289. That's 866-404-6289. And let's get you on the road to ownership.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems and their solutions. For example,
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator.
Stiction, that sticky friction, undermines the performance of diesel engines and is difficult to remove from the oil system. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is a powerful synthetic cleaner that targets stiction, contains no harmful solvents, and is formulated to be left in the engine to safely dissolve stiction for thousands of miles. It works as you drive. Our proprietary carbon nano lubricant is blended with Stiction Eliminator, filling in microscopic irregularities inside your engine, providing a smoother surface for enhanced lubricity, reducing friction and wear. Third-party ASTM testing verifies that Stiction Eliminator removes 2 times as much stiction than any alternative on the retail shelf. Use Stiction Eliminator to solve an existing problem or as a preventative maintenance.
Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator, available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com. Hot Shot Secret, powered by science.
Truckers, meet the SpeedMax Pro Max, the tire built for serious hauls and serious peace of mind. With rugged construction and performance you can count on, Pro Max is made for the long road ahead. And here's the best part. It comes with an 8-year warranty. That's right, 8 years of confidence, miles. after mile. Ask SpeedMax. Drive far. Drive strong. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. President Trump says America was founded on faith, and when it's strong, good things happen for the country. He spoke on religious liberty at the Museum of the Bible in Washington, D.C. today.
And under the Trump administration, we're defending our rights and restoring our identity as a nation under God. We are one nation under God.
Trump announced the Department of Education will issue guidance aimed at protecting the right to prayer in schools. His appearance coincided with the public meeting held by the Department of Justice's Religious Liberty Commission to gather information and testimony on issues related to religious freedom in America. Officials from South Korea are in the U.S. to coordinate the return of hundreds of workers swept up in an immigration raid.
South Korea's foreign minister visits the U.S. today to help bring home more than 300 Korean workers who were caught up in an immigration raid at a Hyundai plant in Georgia. South Korea is chartering flights for the workers who are mostly subcontractors for Hyundai and LG. South Korea's government is not happy that video of the raid was made public while they try to finalize a trade deal with the U.S. I'm Rory O'Neill.
There are two winners announced in the $1.8 billion Powerball jackpot. 2 tickets sold in Missouri and Texas matched all 6 numbers in Saturday's drawing.
Both states allow lottery winners to remain anonymous. No one has yet to come forward, but the Texas Lottery says one of the winning tickets was sold at a gas station convenience store in Fredericksburg. If that doesn't sound like you, don't throw your ticket away just yet. There were some tickets which matched 5 of the 6 numbers, and those are worth $2 million. John Sommers, USA Radio News.
Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 114 points, the S&P added 13 points, and the NASDAQ rose 98 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
If you want 5 free classic radio shows to add to your library or listen to them anytime you'd like, just go to 100radioshows.com. There's 5 shows waiting for you. Fibber McGee and Molly, Suspense, Jack Benny, Gunsmoke, and Richard Diamond, Private Detective. They're yours free. Just put your email in. We'll send you an email with 5 links. The links never expire. The shows sound amazing. They're yours as our gift. At that site, 100radioshows.com, there are hundreds and hundreds of additional classic radio shows for purchase. If you decide to buy any of those shows, use the promo code
radio.
That's right. Use the promo code.
Word is
radio. If you do that, you'll save 70% on your order. Now, that's done at checkout. Make sure you put the promo code in, save 70%. Get some free classic radio shows at 100radioshows.com. at 100radioshows.com.
It looks like Florida's plan to drop school vaccine mandates will not go into effect for another 90 days and would include only hepatitis B, chickenpox, HIV, influenza, and pneumococcal diseases such as meningitis. Appearing on CNN's State of the Union on Sunday, Surgeon General Dr. Joseph Ladapo admitted in this exchange he went public with the plan without any data analysis or projections.
This is an issue very clearly of parents' rights. So do I need to analyze whether it's appropriate for parents to be able to decide what goes into the bodies? I don't need to do an analysis on that.
At the moment, all other vaccinations the state requires to attend school remain in place. Florida does have a religious exemption for vaccine requirements, and the legislature could move to expand Ladapo's plan. PNC Financial Services is announcing a push into Colorado.
PNC announced plans to buy First Bank, headquartered in Lakewood, for $4.1 billion. First Bank runs 95 branches in Colorado and Arizona. When the merger closes next year, First Bank will transition to PNC branding and banking platforms. I'm Connor Shreve.
Prosecutors want a tougher sentence for former Seattle Supersonic star Sean Kemp.
Sean Kemp claimed he shot at 2 men in self-defense after stealing his phone. Kemp was sentenced to 30 days home detention and 240 hours community service. Prosecutors say there's no evidence Kemp was threatened. They say that he's being given preferential treatment. A hearing is scheduled Tuesday in Tacoma. I'm Brad Ford.
And I'm Anthony Lucero, USA Radio News.
Good morning, guys. I just want to warn you, traffic is tough out there.
We are here for you to tell you how to keep safe.
Everybody who is listening needs to take cover as soon as they can.
To provide the music, talk, and sports you love. And to deliver the news that matters to you. We are the voices you can trust. We are live and local. We are America's broadcasters. Text radio to 52886 and tell Congress you depend on your local radio stations.
Message and data rates may apply. You may receive up to 4 messages a month.
This message furnished by the National Association of Broadcasters.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. Tel's independent owner-operator program gives you the power to operate under your own authority or choose the carrier you want to run for. Drive a new truck with full factory warranties, solo or team. Tel has a lease that fits your business. Call us at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and use promo code overnight100.
Because Channel 19's a little congested. Call Steve now at 844-844-3388. The Overnight Drive.
Final hour. Here we go on a Tuesday. I did mention earlier, word is the state of Texas is indeed ramping up on roadside English proficiency checks on truck drivers. It was announced last Thursday by Governor Abbott. I think we touched on that briefly Friday morning. The Department of Public Safety will now test drivers' English skills during inspections and licensing reviews, applying to both interstate and intrastate operators. Governor Abbott said, "I'm directing DPS to enact zero-tolerance enforcement of these federal safety regulations across the board." Obviously, that follows the June 25th implementation, the directive from the FMCSA requiring English proficiency as a zero-tolerance condition for commercial drivers. Since then, roughly 445 drivers have been flagged in Texas for failing the requirement. Now, according to the governor's office, about 28 of them carried Texas-issued CDLs. 340 held licenses from Mexico. The rest were licensed elsewhere. Texas, by the way, is home to more CDL drivers than any other state. 212,770 tractor-trailer operators. Now, that's data from several years ago, 2023. The Texas Trucking Association endorsing the crackdown, saying English skills are critical to road safety. As many others have said, when drivers cannot read road signs, weather alerts, digital instructions near bridges, overpasses, construction zones, that puts every motorist at risk, according to the CEO of the Texas Trucking Association. So there you go. Carl kicks things off here in our final hour. Good morning, Carl.
Good morning, Steve. Thank you for taking my call. Getting to Eagle's call there about the illegals there at the Hyundai plant there, Georgia. Georgia, I've noticed, I'm sure that Eagle has noticed that warehouses all over America that you go to or different places that you've been, you find that a shift change. It's like exposure, okay? I mean, you can see right away what's going on there from the parking lot to the warehouse, okay? And vice versa from the warehouse to the parking lot. at the shift change, you'll see many of these people are coming in and out. They're going in and out, and it's pretty obvious that most of them are you got to question whether or not they're legal or not. Okay. Because it's a lot of them. I mean, it's extreme numbers what I'm talking about here. Okay, I'm sure the Eagle has seen this, these employers, they want to get the work done. Okay, they want to get it done. They want to get it done as cheaply as possible. Okay, so that's why they use these people. Okay, they use them as temporary employees. They use them as temps. Okay, they go through temp services and whatnot all over this nation. Okay, to get the workers to come in, and they allow the temp service to do the screening. Okay, of these employees. So this Hyundai plant, they may not have known, really. I mean, just to be honest, I mean, I'm just plugging this in here. They may not have known that these people were like this. Okay, the temp service is the one who basically hired them to do the job, and then they report to work. Okay. And Hyundai allows them into the facility, and that's just about all that happens there. And then they show them what to do, but they don't screen the people. Okay, they're not going to give them a drug screen. They're not going to give them anything. I mean, it's just basically they show up to work and they're going to do a job, and they're going to be shown how to do the job. Now, chicken plants are a little bit different, like Tyson, because these people they're skilled, okay, in a lot of things on how to process the chicken, all right? So, because what I'm saying there is that they have to use knives and whatnot personally to do things there with the chicken that Americans just we don't want to do that. Okay, there's some jobs that we don't want to do, and it's like the Democrats do have some points in their issues on this, but what I'm trying to say is that this happens. It's been happening for a long time.
Yes,
and that's not the only thing I wanted to comment about. Wanted to comment about security in America too, as well. We're coming up on 911 here, and that's a big deal, okay? Because a lot of stuff changed as a result of that, okay? That terrible day, and what we saw there is that, and we analyzed it, and we went back and we discovered that these foreign people, okay, came over here with a goal in mind, and they wanted to do something that was going to be a significant damage to the United States. And so they went to school on how to learn how to fly the plane, and there was some incidents there where some were told that these people, they didn't want to learn how to land the plane, actually, okay? So when you get into security, you want to say, okay, now you don't want to learn how to land the plane. Well, that ought to be bringing up some serious red flags there, okay? So, a lot of things changed with our security as a result of that, and we had to do the shoe bomber did the thing with that, and now we don't have to take off our shoes when we get on the plane as a result of many years of having to take off our shoes, and all of a sudden, now we're okay with security on that, which we should still be vigilant on the issue, and understand that this could be possible to do. Okay, but I wanted to mention that I've been to the Philippines several times. The Philippines is one of my favorite countries to go to whenever I travel overseas, and the things that they do over there as far as security goes is pretty good. Okay, and they have every single store that I noticed, okay, that I've been to over there, and every single business, a restaurant. It doesn't matter if it's like a McDonald's or anything else. It doesn't matter. There's one entrance in and one way out. That's the way you go in. That's the way you're going to come out. Okay, and they have a podium up there is at that entranceway, and there are usually 2 security guards there. Okay, and they're uniformed with badges, and they also carry their weapons. Okay, they carry usually a double-barrel shotgun. You'll notice. Okay, one of them is maybe possibly homemade, and then you've got another one that's carrying a sidearm, or both of them's carrying both a sidearm and a double-barrel shotgun, or some kind of high-powered rifle of some sort, and and they're ready. Okay, and they have one person there with a stick that measures about 14 inches. Okay, and they'll get down into your bags if you're carrying any bags with you. Okay, they'll get down in there and stir around inside of that bag, to make sure that you're not carrying anything inside the store that you shouldn't be carrying. All right, so it's a physical thing there. It's not a electronic thing that you walk through or something like that for a metal detector or something like that. And they pat you down too as well. Okay, they have the option to do that. Okay, before you go in and come out. Okay, so it's there could be a little bit of a line there sometimes, but it's not nothing that is going to be that time consuming. Not really. It's just something that they do, and I noticed that over here we don't do that. Okay, and we've got a lot of businesses where we want to have freedom of movement, so to speak. In Walmart, we want to come and go as we please, and all of that stuff. And some of us don't want to show our receipt when we leave Walmart, but sometimes it's okay, and sometimes you're in a hurry and you get an attitude problem. But that's just part of some things that we need to think about on security measures. And now, getting on these tramways and public transportation, okay, there's a lot of lax security here, okay, in this country here, and that's why people come on these subways and whatnot with these big knives and things. They're just ready to do some kind of a murderous act to somebody, and so I just really think that we need to work on that. There's some things that needs to be done in this country that we're not doing, and it's causing a lot of problems as far as murderous acts go, with pistols going into churches and whatnot, and this rifles, and people's who have mental and evil intentions. Pappy's right. Yes, there's a lot of evil going on here. Okay, it's more than just mental. It's a lot of evil is happening out here. Okay, and so there's a lot that we need to think about as far as our security, and the people. Actually, the good people should be vigilant too as well. All of us need to be vigilant when we're going places, coming and going as we please. We ought to pay attention to what's going on. Yep. So maybe we'll be able to cause something to, we might be able to stop some of this.
Intervene.
Okay?
Intervene if necessary. All I can say is being vigilant. Who would ever think just boarding the train, setting down, not being disruptive, not saying a word to anyone, not even looking, just sitting there quietly looking at your smartphone. Who would ever dream that the person behind you would reach out and literally stab you to death, unprovoked? All right. Hello to Truck and Phil. What do we say? Happy Taco Tuesday. Coffee up. Good morning, Mr. Sommers, the Hot Shot Secret Nation, and the great product of Staybill. Oh, and the great Knuckle Buster. Starting off at 46, high of 75, Fort Wayne, 41 to 73, Newaygo, Michigan. Have a great day, everyone, and Semper Fi from Truck and Phil. Are there drug cartels operating here in the USA? You betcha. A massive nationwide crackdown on the deadly Sinaloa cartel. How many arrests do you think took place around the country in the last number of days? We'll give you the details ahead.
Don't get stuck buying, or worse, leasing a used truck that's just going to break down. At TEL, we help owner-operators succeed with a new truck for as low as $500 down and affordable weekly payments with 24/7 support. Plus, access a network of top carriers. Choose an industry leader that has your back. Call TEL at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com. Use promo code overnight100. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout. Tired of the guesswork when it comes to your load weight? With RightWay, stay in control on the road and on the DOT's good side. From onboard load scales to Bluetooth-enabled monitoring, RightWay helps truckers and fleets cut down on time, fines, and fuel waste, all without hitting the scale. Smarter hauling starts here. Want more details? Head over to RWLS.com. RightWay. Drive more, scale less. Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with Speedmax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's Speedmax. Speedmax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com.
So the breakdown is a massive nationwide crackdown on the Sinaloa cartel culminated in more than 600 arrests, according to officials. The big swoop included 171 suspects in New England, part of a week-long operation that targeted one of the world's most powerful drug trafficking organizations. The Drug Enforcement Administration announcing Monday that between August 25 to August 29, Agents arrested 617 people with ties to the cartel across 23 different field divisions all over the country. Billed as a DEA surge that also netted a massive haul of drugs, firearms, cash. Among the seizures, 480 kilos of fentanyl powder. That is enough to kill how many millions of people, I'm sure? 2,209 kilos of methamphetamine. 7,469 kilos of cocaine. 16.5 kilos of heroin. More than 714,000 counterfeit pills. 420 firearms and $11 million in cash. A DEA Administrator Terrence Cole said in a statement, these results demonstrate the full weight of the DEA's commitment to protecting the American people. Every kilo of poison seized, every dollar stripped from the cartels, every arrest we make represents lives being saved and communities being defended. We will not relent until the Sinaloa cartel is dismantled from top to bottom. But the sheer numbers of kilos, the fentanyl, the methamphetamine, that's incredible, the amount of drugs taken off the streets there. In the New England area alone, officials said 171 suspected cartel members arrested, 244 kilos of drugs, 22,115 counterfeit pills, and $1.3 million in cash there, 33 guns seized. Arrest totals included 64 in Connecticut, 49 in Massachusetts, 33 in New Hampshire, 11 in Maine, 10 Rhode Island, 3 in Vermont. Special agent in charge of the New England division of the DEA said they're our number one public enemy. One of the largest coordinated takedowns in that region came on August 27 in Franklin, New Hampshire. 27 people arrested after a 3-month investigation. Authorities said the suspect had trafficked fentanyl and methamphetamine from Lawrence, Massachusetts. That operation just kind of underscored the cartel's reach in not just the big, large urban centers, the big cities, but they have their tentacles into the small, rural communities around the country as well. A special agent in charge of the Louisville division that covers Kentucky, Tennessee, West Virginia, Jim Scott, said, this shows you the Sinaloa cartel's tentacles spread far and deep. There is no community spared. And, of course, the Sinaloa cartel just one of numerous cartels that are all competing for territory throughout the big cities around the country. That's why in places, look at places like Chicago, you have different cartels, different gang leaders, everybody's pretty much fighting, literally killing, to maintain their particular territory to sell their drugs on the streets all over the country. Okay, it's 844-844-3388. Got a news break coming up here. Lease with Tel and enjoy affordable payments and support that keeps you running smooth anywhere in the continental USA. Learn more by visiting tel360.com. Back after this, the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
USA Radio News, I'm Anthony Lucero. Homeland Security is announcing an immigration operation in Chicago. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi Noem confirmed the operation, but would not get into details.
I never talk about security operations. I don't want to ever do anything that would jeopardize our law enforcement as they're out there on the ground, making sure they're keeping people safe.
DHS says Operation Midway Blitz will target the criminal illegal aliens who flock to Chicago and Illinois. The Post goes on to say the operation is in honor of an Illinois Illinois woman who was killed in a drunk driving hit-and-run car wreck allegedly caused by a criminal illegal alien. The operation follows days of President Trump's warnings that he wants to clean up the city's crime problem. Wall Street closed higher.
At the closing bell, the Dow gained 114 points, the S&P added 13 points, and the Nasdaq rose 98 points. I'm Sarah Lee Kessler.
From America's News Network, USA Radio News.
Let's see, if something costs less, a lot less, but people are actually happier with it, that sounds like something to look into, and that's MetaShare. Maybe you've heard joining MetaShare can save you or your family up to $500 a month, and that's huge, but it's also true. People are just happier with it. They love being part of something that reflects and promotes their values and what they believe in. MetaShare works, too. It's been around for 30 years now, and members have shared more than $7 billion of each other's bills. People love having telehealth and a huge nationwide PPO network. You can save a ton and like it better. Imagine being happy with how you're taking care of your health care, whether you're self-employed or part of the gig economy, or you just want a plan that you're happy with. Here you go. You can call right now and get a price within 2 minutes. A very smart use of 2 minutes. Here's the number you need. It's 855-SHARE-40. 855-SHARE 40. 855-SHARE-40. 855
Thinking about becoming your own boss? Transport Enterprise Leasing makes it easy with new trucks, 24/7 maintenance support, and now you can save right from the start. Use promo code OVERNIGHT100 to get $100 off your first lease payments. Call TEL today at 866-404-6289 or visit tel360.com and take the first step toward owning your success.
At Hot Shot Secret, we share the science behind common diesel problems. For example,
stiction.
Engine oil can break down under extreme heat, leaving behind varnish, a carbon-based deposit that creates drag on the engine's moving parts. This sticky friction is stiction. Symptoms include a rough idle and the loss of fuel economy and performance. Hot Shot Secret Stiction Eliminator is formulated to be left in the engine. It works as you drive.
Stiction Eliminator is available at truck stops, Tractor Supply, O'Reilly's Auto Parts, and online at hotshotsecret.com.
Looking to stretch every mile and every dollar? Go with SpeedMax tires. Designed specifically for U.S. roads and built tough for long hauls. With a best-in-class mileage-to-cost ratio, you'll get more miles, fewer swaps, and more money in your pocket. Built strong, priced smart. That's SpeedMax. SpeedMax, built for the long haul, priced for the smart hauler. For more info, call 860-436-4100 or buy online at digitire.com. We know being over the road isn't easy, but getting parts for your truck can be. Rainey's offers over 100,000 parts and accessories, from chrome to cab comforts, watermelon lights to necessary replacement parts. It's all available on our website. Got questions? Our team of experts has your back from start to finish with unmatched customer service you won't get anywhere else. Head to Rainey's.com to get $25 off any order over $250 with code DRIVE25 at checkout.
Hello, Big T here with Diesel Power Group. Listen, if your truck's in a repair center and you think it's being misdiagnosed or worse, being overcharged for an overhaul or an engine replacement, you need to stop and call Diesel Power Group now. Allow us to build the DPG solution that is right for you, not the repair center. We have over 4 decades in engine remanufacturing experience and specialize in Caterpillar, Cummins, Detroit, Mack, International, and John Deere. DPG offers an industry-leading warranty and turnaround times. We want to earn your trust every day. Don't believe us? Challenge us today by calling 574-594-5888 or visit us at dieselpowergroup.com and follow us on Instagram and Facebook. We are available 24/7. Mention code 374 and receive a $200 rebate towards your major failure repair.
Ready to take the wheel?
We know you'd like to be cuddled up real tight with a sweet little thing all night.
But instead, you've got Steve Sommers. It's the Overnight Drive.
All right, back at it here. You've the camera. It's 844-844-3388. Looks like we got the two-time world champion bull hauler. Morning, Lauren.
Morning, Steve. How are you?
Doing well. Did you have a pretty exciting weekend there at the rodeo? A lot of action?
Yes, sir. Yeah, I'm with the Working Ranch Cowboy Association. I was helping a good friend of mine, Bobby West, out there. He was having what they call they have sanctioned rodeos, endorsed rodeos, and we had an endorsed rodeo out there, meaning that all the teams that showed up, whether they won it or not, they didn't qualify to go to the finals in Amarillo. So there was less teams at that rodeo, but they still had good payouts and won saddles and buckles and cash prizes. So it was good. And I enjoyed my time in the land of disenchantment and hadn't been out in that part of the country a while. And I started out in Colorado. I visited some friends. I grew up in Colorado, and I stopped and visited a friend, and then worked my way down the Front Range on I-25 and looked at some land down around Pueblo that my mom owns, and went to New Mexico. So it was good. I did have, before I get to what I'm going to talk about, I had a Navis rent-a-car I went out there in, and coming back from New Mexico, I had tire problems with it on Saturday night, and when they tell you they have 24-hour road service, they don't mean that they have 24-hour road service, because with Avis and Enterprise, when you call that 800 number, it's for both of them, and they told me that the only thing is I put the donut on the car, and the only way that they give you road service is if it comes out of one of their facilities, and those were all closed on Saturday night, and I couldn't get anywhere to switch the car out. So I worked my way down to Woodward, Oklahoma, was able to get a truck stop, find a tire patch kit, and I just put a plug in it and aired the tire up and took off. So anybody ever rents a car, when they tell you they got roadside service, they don't contract that out. They run through some of their own offices, and if their offices aren't open, you're out of luck. But hey, I wanted to comment, Steve, on this immigration, that all this stuff that's going on. You know, we had some guys here where we're at that had been ran out of the country, and they had to bring them back because they were here legally on work visas. And I don't know how we solved the problem that we're in right now, because if you've never studied the statistics, in 13 days I turned 61 years old, and I'm the last year of the baby boom generation, 1964. And right now, if you look at the statistics, if I got this right, I'm going off what's in my head. We're right in the heart of the retirement of all the baby boomers right now. And then by 2030, January 1st, 2030, every single baby boomer, the youngest ones, will be 65 years old on that day. Mm-hmm. So that means that we've got the majority of the workforce that we've had since the 1960s is going to be retiring. And, you're going to be, I think that's why we're seeing so much AI and technology rearing its ugly head now, because there just aren't going to be enough of the young. I started researching this when they were coming after the guys that are here. Because see, it's the company's responsibility, if you've got workers, to make sure that they've got legal work visas. It's not the responsibility of the employee; it's the company's responsibility. So I started researching this, and there's several factors that they're doing now. They're starting to offer older workers, more flexible hours, and then one of the tools that they're using is working age immigration, and even that supposedly is falling off. So I don't know how you solve this. And what they're really considered illegal or not. So a couple of the guys that they ran off here, they had traffic violations for red lights and stuff, and then they they've slowed down all that process now, and they had to pay money to bring them back and reunite them with their families, and they're back here working now. But, when they first started doing this, they were just going through and grabbing people and running them out of the country. And I didn't think that was right, because we lost some pretty good people there for a while, and most of them have been able to come back. So what the solution is to the worker shortage, I don't know. I mean, I know it's in transportation, it's going to be vital, because when I started in 1990 driving over the road, a lot of your drivers were, in 30 to 50 years old then, and now all them guys are exiting out of here. So what's the answer to it? Is it better training? Is it making sure they're better in English? Because it's pretty obvious the accident rate's gone way up. And I think, I don't know, they told us when they were that we need timers in these trucks to stop these accidents, and so every time I see a catastrophic wreck, I wonder if he had his ELD off or something, so, but I don't know what the solution is, other than I think the next 5 years we're going to see a lot of changes out here in every facet of life, just because the majority of the people that have been doing it the last 20, 30, 40 years are going to be shutting it down. So that's just that's just my opinion on that. And if anybody had any ideas on how we do it better, or we need to have better training programs for English proficiency, or what do we need to have? So thank you, Steve.
All right. Good to hear from you. Glad you enjoyed your weekend there. Got a few days, get away from it all, and artificial intelligence replacing workers. Study published by Stanford researchers shows artificial intelligence is limiting employment prospects for some young American workers already, especially in fields where AI can automate tasks such as software development, customer service. A new study by 3 Stanford University economists demonstrates the impact of generative AI tools like the ChatGPT is being sharply felt in fields where automation is most feasible. They analyzed anonymized employment data from millions of workers at tens of thousands of companies. They found that young employees in high exposure roles are facing significant challenges in securing and maintaining employment. The study zeroes in on occupations where AI can most readily automate things. As I said, software development, customer service, translation, reception work. Since the introduction of ChatGPT in late 2022, employment in those categories, all those just mentioned, has softened, with the brunt of the decline falling on younger workers. For instance, the number of software developers ages 22 to 25 dropped by nearly 20% as of July of this year, compared to its peak in late 22. Employment among workers ages 26 to 30 remained relatively flat, while older workers continue to see their headcount growth in the same fields. One of the study's authors noted there's a clear, evident change when you specifically look at young workers who are highly exposed to artificial intelligence. The research suggests the decline cannot be solely attributed to broader economic trends like the Federal Reserve's interest rate hikes or pandemic-related disruptions. Even after accounting for those factors, the data reveals a distinct artificial intelligence-driven shift in the labor market. All right, Knucklebuster, there he is, back on board. Welcome back.
Thanks for having me again, Mr. Steve Sommers. I simplified out trucking field, Captain Ron, Mr. Steve Sommers, Lauren Wheat, and let's see, we'll even do ground fair this morning there. So, Well, I'm 67. I was hoping to make it to 70 to retire. I can legally retire right now, but I don't know if I won't even want to do it after all the stupid stuff I've seen today there. So I've seen people driving to the fuel island backwards, not going in the same way everybody else went. Just crazy stuff, see. So I don't know. You go to pass somebody, and then they cut over on the zipper line on top of you. You gotta watch out, baby. Watch out. They're gonna run over me.
Mm-hmm.
And then I have people tonight. They just get up beside you and then slow down, knowing what they can see up there as well as I can. They run 100 miles an hour catching up to me, and then they want to block me in there where I can't get over. So I don't care. I guess it's all just part of life, I guess. I don't know. Well, if President Trump is going up there to Chicago, he needs to go to CDW. That's CDW up there in Vernon Hills, Illinois. I can guarantee you them people up there ain't got no legal worker. I used to deliver to them 7 years every other day, and I asked that guy up there one time, I said, if I come in here with a fake badge and raised it up and shouted, ICE, how many of them would have run? He said, I don't know, and you better not ever do that either. I guess he couldn't take a joke.
Yeah, all right.
I don't
know. It'd be like shouting fire in a movie theater, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Well, you ain't got to shout fire in a movie theater. Just shout water blaster. That'll get them all excited too. There. Do you carry your cell phone back there when you go to the bathroom?
No.
I don't either. They claim it gives you hemorrhoids.
I
don't know how they figured that one out.
I saw that report last week. I think they said something along the lines that if you got your smartphone with you, you're gonna sit there on the commode longer, and the longer you're sitting there, the more inclined you are to develop hemorrhoids.
I don't know. Well, all them Whoopi Goldbergs and all that stuff, they give me the hemorrhoids anyway there, right? Well, I'm going to call some other people's names. So anyway, I've already kicked him all bad enough this morning. All right, Mr. T. Summers. Well, my bank just sent me a text message telling me how much money I ain't got again, but I thought we'll keep playing that $20 and try to win that lottery. Maybe one day I'll get lucky, right? And I could ease the pain of a lot of people with $450,000.
No joke. No doubt about that. Thank you much, Knucklebuster. I've shared several commentaries in recent weeks from Ken Blackwell, former Cincinnati mayor, worked up in the Columbus. He's chiming in about the woman from Ukraine that had Pappy so bent out of shape this past day, and many others. He writes, the night America failed Irina Zarutska. She was only 23. She had already lived through war. She left her home in Ukraine in 2022 when Russian bombs fell on her city. She came to America because she believed it was safe. A place where she could work hard, study, build a future. Dreamed of becoming a veterinary assistant, caring for animals. Found a modest job at a pizzeria in Charlotte. Lived quietly, worked honestly, did nothing to harm anyone. On the evening of August 22nd, Irina finished her shift at the restaurant, put on a light jacket over the work uniform, carried her phone, boarded the Charlotte Lynx Blue Line. It was about 10 till 10. The train car was maybe half full. She slipped into a seat, put her headphones on, and started scrolling through her phone. To her, just another night in her new life. To her killer, it was something entirely else. Sitting nearby was DeCarlos Brown Jr., no stranger to law enforcement. His rap sheet stretched back over a decade. Since 2011, arrested at least 14 times. Record included armed robbery, larceny, trespassing, assault on a government official, drug charges, multiple violations that showed escalating violence. Just months earlier, he had called 911 in a delusional state, claiming man-made material was inside his body, controlling him. He had been flagged repeatedly as unstable and dangerous, yet he kept slipping back onto the streets. Each release was just another roll of the dice, another chance for disaster. On this night, the dice came up deadly as the train rattled down the track. Passengers were lost in their phones or staring out windows. Nobody noticed Brown slip a folding knife from his pocket. Nobody noticed as he stepped closer to the young woman sitting in her seat, completely unaware of the danger behind her. At 9:50 p.m., the nightmare unfolded in seconds. Brown lunged forward, slashing her across the throat, struck her 2 more times, stabbed her in the chest. Her body collapsed onto the floor of the train as blood spread around her. The other riders froze in horror. Nobody had time to react. Brown showed no remorse. He wiped his bloody hands on his hoodie, calmly walked to the train doors. At the next stop, he stepped off, leaving Ernia dying on the floor. Witnesses later described his casual exit as if he had just stepped off an ordinary ride. 6 minutes later, police arrived, but it was too late. Irina was dead on the train. The dream she carried to America had been stolen in less than 30 seconds. The man responsible, now in custody, has been charged with first-degree murder, but that's not justice. Justice would have been keeping him behind bars long before he ever crossed paths with her. And yet, here is the most chilling part of it all: the silence. Where are the headlines? Where is the outrage? The same media that saturated the airways with endless coverage of George Floyd and Daniel Penny had not yet written a word about Irina Zartuska. Not the New York Times, not CNN, not the Washington Post, not NPR, not USA Today, not ABC, NBC, MSNBC. They decided her life was not worth telling. Why? Because, well, she didn't fit their story. If she had been black and her killer white, the coverage would have been endless. It would be on every television channel, splashed across every front page. Prosecutors would have been marching in the streets. Politicians would be rushing to the microphones to offer speeches. Instead, she was white. Her story does not serve the approved narrative, so the media chooses to erase her. That's not just bias. That is deliberate. It is coordinated. It is evil. She came here believing America was different from the country she fled. She thought she had found safety. Instead, she was butchered on a train by a repeat offender who should never have been free. And the institutions that claim to care about justice and equality have looked the other way. Her death, not just the result of one man's knife, it is the result of a system that values ideology over safety. It is the result of prosecutors who keep letting violent criminals out. The result of a media machine that decides which lives count and which lives can be erased. Irina Zarutska deserved better. She deserved safety. She deserved protection. She deserved to be remembered. Do not let them bury her memory. All right. Sad story, sad scenario. And the fact that it was actually caught on camera, most of which obviously, even social media, rightfully so, in most cases, is not showing the entire event unfold. They are showing the video of her entering the train, sitting in her seat, doing all the things we just described. Eventually, you see Brown reach into his hoodie, get out that knife, standing up behind her, raising his hand over his head, stopping there because that was the moment before he plunged that knife first into her neck, then into her chest. They break away there, and then they come back. You see the video of blood dripping all over as he walks around, wipes his hands on his hoodie, removes his hoodie. And just another day for him, I suppose. Yes, and quietly exits the train at the next exit like nothing had ever happened. Very sad. All right, several things we missed out on this morning. We'll save those up. We're talking probably some changes in the process of confirming appointees. Yeah, the Trump appointees. According to officials, the way things are going right now, today there's more than 1,200 positions subject to Senate confirmation. At the current pace they're going, there would still be hundreds of these yet to be confirmed at the end of President Trump's term. It's all the Democrats stonewalling. All right, again, why are they doing that? Well, it's because it's Donald Trump. No matter what Donald Trump tries to do, you've got some leftist judge, or in this case, the Senate, stonewalling, trying to prevent any forward momentum. Democrats have made Trump the first president on record to not have a single nominee confirmed via voice vote or unanimous consent. You hear that? Not a single one. They're forcing time-consuming votes on non-controversial nominees who go on to be confirmed by large bipartisan margins. It's all Trump derangement syndrome on steroids. It's delay for the sake of delay. It's pettiness that leaves desks sitting empty and agencies throughout the federal government robbing our duly elected president of a team to enact the agenda the American people voted for. Republicans are not going to tolerate this obstruction any longer. We've tried to work with the Democrats in good faith to batch bipartisan, non-controversial nominees and clear them expeditiously. But Democrats stand in the way at every turn. Over the past month, I organized a group of Republican senators representing various points of view in the party to try and develop a solution. This is John Thune pretty much saying that both sides historically have agreed that a president deserves to have his or her administration in place quickly. That doesn't mean we don't disagree, but this is pretty much unprecedented, he says. All right, we got to close it out there. Have a great day. We'll see you back, the midnight hour tonight for our next edition of the Steve Sommers Overnight Drive.
Never guess the places that I've been. You never guess the places that I've been. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. I'm never gonna let the day begin. Never gonna let the day begin. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that dream that I live in. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, and I'll just make this bed my own. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. trapped in that world that I dream of. Never gonna lose the ones I love. Never gonna lose the ones I love. 'Cause everything is like a dream, yeah, but only in that world that I dream of. Oh, don't wake me up before you go, 'cause I can't face this day alone. Oh, darling, please just let me sleep. Give me my dreams. Give me my dreams.